Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. As you know by now, the trial has yet to start in the YSL case, but we do have an update on another story we've been covering, and that is that Judge Scott McAfee just made a decision to allow the defendants in the in the election interference case, that's Donald Trump and all others, to appeal his decision to have District Attorney Fonnie Willis removed. So he's allowing the lawyers to file their appeal with the next highest court in Georgia. And now, what does this mean? This means that the trial is on hold. There is a certificate of immediate review that has been just signed by the judge, meaning all the defendants that have requested that the judge not allow DA Fonnie Willis to stay on the case are now able to go to a higher court to review what the judge's decision is. This is interesting. Why is it interesting? Because we learned from the YSL case that judges typically don't allow appeals to happen while the trial is going on. Well, Donald Trump trial is going on as well. But the judge said, hold on, you guys can go get a second opinion. If that court will hear the case, then you guys will be free to do so. So this buys Donald Trump and his co-defendants more time, but particularly Donald Trump, because he's in the midst of an election. He's out there campaigning. He needs all the time he can to run the clock out until election day. Doesn't mean he's going to win election, but it does suggest that he is in a better posture to reach the voters and see whether or not they believe that he has done things wrong, but that will preclude him from getting into the office again. So with that said, Judge Scott McAfee has said, okay, we're gonna allow you, Steve Sadow and all the other lawyers who joined in, Ashley Merchant, he's gonna allow all of them to now appeal his decision with the appeals court of Georgia. They could come back and say, hey, let the judge decide this. We don't want to touch this. Or they can take up the case. Now, if they take up the case, this can drag on for months. This can literally drag on for months. And I don't think this case, if they decide today or tomorrow or in the next couple of days or next week or so to take up the case, then guess what? The trial's on hold. That means all us reporters that are in the courtroom, us camera people that are taking the pictures and video, it's all on hold. It's all on hold. So there's still a chance this case can get moved out of Fulton County. Because if the appeals court reviews the judge's ruling and finds that there may be an inconsistent ruling based on the verbiage in the order, then they may just take it out of Fulton County. This is what these lawyers are banking on. And you got some of the best attorneys that are chimed in on this. When I say the best attorneys, we're talking about the pit bull, Steve Sadow, and a few other attorneys. But let's see how this thing plays out. This is a significant development in the election interference case. And no one expected the defendants to just accept what the lawyer, obviously what the judge said, and say, okay, we're just going to go with this. No, they're fighting tooth and nail. This is what advocates for defendants are supposed to do: fight tooth and nail until they can. I mean, they'll take this over to the Supreme Court, the highest court in Georgia. They'll take this over to the Supreme Court because they can have the option of doing that. So if the appeals says, nah, we don't want to touch this, then they're going to take it over to the Supreme Court. This can go on for months and months and months. I seen one case, honestly, it went to the Supreme Court. It took about almost 3 years. I'm not telling the United States Supreme Court. Georgia has a Supreme Court as well. It took almost 3 years for the judges in that matter to make a decision. They ultimately let the guy go because it was so long. They let him go. So this is a good play for the defendants. And If anyone thought Judge Scott McAfee wasn't fair, this just tells you this is a fair judge. He's being fair on both sides. He said, okay, we're not, so no one can accuse him of rushing this trial. He said, go roll the dice over there with the appeals court, and let's see what they say. Because they can come back and say, hey, no. The judge made his ruling. We're gonna respect the judge's decision. Or they can say, wait a minute, that judge, his ruling was inconsistent. The verbiage in his ruling was inconsistent with the law. The judge dropped some trigger words in his order that make people say, well, if he's saying this, then why is she still on the case? If you say Nathan Wade had to go, then why is she still in the case? So they're gonna do an analysis if they take up the case. So this is significant. Significant. What also is significant is Judge Glanville's still not in the courtroom. That's significant too. You guys have been waiting for the trial to commence. We got Detective Quinn that's supposed to be on the stand today. Retired Detective Quinn, the star of TV One's Atlanta Homicide. You heard his partner testify a couple of weeks ago, Vince Vasquez. Now here's the other side. Here's the other side. The man with the swag, the man that know the lingo in the hood. That's all he thinks. But he's probably right because he's pretty much got more. He got more cases solved than most in the last 20 years. Okay, guys. So that's what we have. This is a breaking news update. This is a development. This is a development. But what I am so perturbed about is the judge knows we reporters, we have to find parking and we have to rush to the court to be there early. Judge knows this. We just want to get the show started. Judge knows this as well. But you know, Judge Bud said, frankly, I don't give a damn. I have my own schedule. Let's just see what happens. You got a jury in the box, Shauna. There's a jury in the box. You got a jury seated. You got some of the jurors are having personal issues that I would guess would happen. You know, this is another delay. We'll see how this thing plays out. With that said, I'm gonna read some comments. Vanderveer. I really like the judge. He is the job this judge is doing. Let's read. Okay. I'm gonna bring your comment up. Let's see. Vanderveer says, you know, first of all, I want to talk about your name. This reminds me of a show called Mary Hartman. Vanderveer. Why twice? Explain that to me. Okay, anyway, I really like McAfee. This job is truly his calling in life. He's young, but he is very wise beyond his years. Yeah, I would agree. I guess that's why he's ascended to being the Superior Court judge of Fulton County. Let's see who else. Be more. Oh, you just shouting other people out. You ain't shout me out. That's okay. I was watching the judge and attorney going back and forth. That video was hilarious to me. Which video you speak on, Be More Shorty? What video you speaking on? Let's see here. If more judges ran a courtroom like Judge McAfee, it wouldn't be delays. And I want to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Judge McAfee, if he says he has a 1 o'clock calendar call, he's on the bench at 1 o'clock. If he says he has a 9 o'clock calendar call, he's on the bench. We've seen this. In every hearing, he doesn't let 5 minutes go by. He's on the bench. He'll pop in, he'll pop out, make sure the lawyers, everyone's ready. He's ready to go. What case are we talking about, Be More Shorty? What case are we talking about? I did not see Merchant's interview. That's right. That's right. You're in the rule. Smash the likes, smash the likes, smash the likes. I did not see Ashley Merchant's interview. Maybe I should go pull the interview up. When did she do the interview? Let me go check and see where that interview is. I want to see the interview myself. I'm always on time. Well, not always, but for the most part. Let me see if I can find Ashley Merchant's interview. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Let's see. She did an interview. Let me grab my pearls. Let me grab my pearls. Let's see here. Let's see what she's talking about. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay, let's see. So she wanna Megan Kelly? Say word. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. We're gonna bring the interview up. Okay, we're gonna play the interview. She got a lot to say. Let's see here. Let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Let's see here. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. We're gonna watch it now, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna watch the interview while we wait for the judge to get on the bench. Okay, we'll bring it up. Bring this up there.
I appointed three special counsel, as is my right to do, paid them all the same hourly rate. They only attack one. First thing they say, oh, she gonna play the race card now. But no, God, isn't it them who's playing the race card when they only question one? Why are they so surprised that a diverse team that I assembled, your child, can accomplish extraordinary things? God, wasn't it them that attacked this lawyer of impeccable credentials? How come God, the same black man I hired, was acceptable when a Republican in another county hired him and paid him twice the rate? Oh, y'all ain't hear me. Why is the white male Republican's judgment good enough, but the black female Democrats not?
Mhm.
So those are the remarks to which you were referring, impugning not only you but your client too. I mean, that's what the judge really had a problem with. And this guy's freedom is potentially in her hands, and she's making it a personal beef with him about race because you filed a motion to disqualify her.
Right. There's so much there in that clip that you just played. There's so many different issues. The one that, when I first heard it, I said, well, she's lying. And you would think if you're going on a church pulpit that is going to be broadcast. I mean, this is essentially her first public remarks after my motion was filed, and she doesn't tell the truth. The third person on this case did not make the same rate as the others. And, that's the first thing that stuck out to me. I mean, facts matter, words matter, the truth matters, and that was patently false. So, especially since I was, called a liar so many times and things that I said was patently false. If I'm going to get on national TV and talk in a church to God, I'm going to make sure that I've got the facts right. And John Floyd, the third prosecutor on this case, is not paid the same rate as the others. Plus, the work is very different. And I've analyzed this. I've lived with this for almost 6 months. So I know these records like the back of my hand. You've got 3 different prosecutors billing very different amounts, doing very different work. Nathan Wade bills sitting there. So he's bills sitting in court watching John Floyd or Anna Cross do work. They don't bill sitting watching him do work. So that was one big distinction. Second, they're not sleeping with her. So that's a big distinction. Third, they're not all being paid the same rate. And fourth, their qualifications are extremely different. I have known all 3 of them for the better part of 20 years. And so, race doesn't play into any of those factors. And so all of those things were left out of it. So that was the first takeaway I got from that church speech.
Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people watching this right now who are feeling incensed. They see how political she is, how she tried to play the race card. We expect this to keep going as this prosecution keeps on. And they're feeling kind of bummed out, Ashley. I've heard from a lot of them since the judge's ruling. I'm sure you are too. But how do you see the import of what happened here? You finding this story, moving to disqualify, the evidentiary hearing, like where are we today versus January 1st before you'd filed any of this?
I love that question because that's what I think about often. Before we filed this, none of this was known to the world. So there was a small group of us that knew this, but the world didn't know this. And so, there was a very different image of this prosecution and a very different image of the DA's office. And one of the things that Ms. Willis has always run on is transparency. And that is one of the guiding principles that I practice by is transparency. I'm very transparent, which is, I'm a defense lawyer, so I don't have to be transparent, but I am, and I believe in transparency. And so, bringing this to the public and bringing this to the court was very important to me. So if you look at where we were at the beginning of January, nobody knew when I filed this that they were actually having an affair and that he had taken her on all of these lavish vacations. When we filed the motion, everybody said, oh, well, she doesn't have proof. She didn't put proof in the motion, which is typical. And it was hard because the motion's pending, so I can't really speak publicly about it. But, that's how we file motions. Proof comes in the actual evidentiary hearing. So we have to allege enough to get an evidentiary hearing, and then we actually put the facts up. So, that was difficult. Then when she gave this church speech, I didn't know how she was going to respond. Is she going to admit to it? Is she going to deny it? Is she going to step aside? What's going to happen? But then she admitted to it. And so then it became an issue of when it started, which before I filed the motion, that wasn't even an issue. It's sort of like we switched the focus from all of the conduct to when it started. And I go back to the original motion. I don't know that it necessarily matters when it started. I still think that it reaches the standard of impropriety that requires her to disqualify. I don't know. I mean, we spent a lot of time fighting over when the actual affair started, but I've never thought that was a big issue. I mean, definitely it's more damning if it started before she hired him, but they renewed the contracts 3 times. So, they were definitely undisputed in a relationship when she renewed these contracts. And the contracts kept getting for more and more money. I also think that if you hide things you're doing, that usually is an indication that they're not something you should be doing. And people hide things for different reasons. But when you're a public official and you know that your life is going to be scrutinized, you have to be extra cautious. I've never been a public official. I don't have a desire to be a public official. But if you are a public official, you've got to keep records of things. Why you would pay cash to a man that you are sleeping with and you are also paying in what is undisputedly one of the largest criminal cases in our legal history is beyond me. And so I think the public is right to question how this is allowed to go on.
It's absolutely reckless at a minimum. We know she did that. So why doesn't bouncing him off of the case cure it?
That was never what I imagined happening, because there is law in Georgia that says if one person in the case is bad, the whole case is bad. So, and we saw that with pre-indictment with Burt Jones, who is our lieutenant governor in Georgia, and Ms. Willis and her whole office had a conflict. She had the conflict, But the judge in that case, a different judge, Judge McBurney, kicked the entire office. And the law that he followed said if she's got a conflict, the whole office has a conflict. So in my opinion, that's what the law says. It says if Mr. Wade has a conflict, the whole office has a conflict. And I do think the judge in his order was telling her you should step aside. But obviously that's not going to happen. He just wasn't willing to take that next step and say you have to step aside. But I
No.
don't think that you could split the baby like this. I've never thought that you could split the baby. I thought it was all or nothing.
I know you're in a tough position because you now have a criminal case in front of Judge McAfee that you have to try, presumably all the way to conclusion. So he's your judge and you have to be respectful. And I get it. I've been there. However, what do you think his motivation was in ruling the way he did? Because we've had a lot of people, our audience, and we've had experts come on the show to say this was political. He's running for re-election. The district went 73% for Joe Biden, and there was no world in which this judge was going to get reelected if he bounced Fani Willis off this case. What do you think?
I don't even have to answer that just to this judge. I can answer that to judges in general. If they have,
I like how she responded.
That's what they do, and that just tends to be, what happens. If they can push it back on the parties to make the decision, that's commonly what happens. And I think that's what we saw here. We saw the safe play. We saw, okay, well, it's bad, but I'm putting it back on you to do. I'm putting it back on you, Miss Willis, to make the tough decision. Either you go, he goes, or I invite you both to go, is how I read the order, hoping that she would do the right thing. And we see that a lot. We see that with judges a lot. That's the safest route to take, to split the baby. And that's very common. And it's, most of the time that is justice, to be able to, make the parties figure it out on their own. But as we've seen in this case, that's not going to happen. She, for some reason, very, very much wants to continue on this case. Which is surprising. I can tell you in 20 years of practice, I've never once seen a DA who had a motion to disqualify not voluntarily disqualify, if there were
Really?
any grounds. Never,
Wow.
never. I've had it happen a couple times, which is how I know the process, for another district attorney to be appointed. Anytime someone has said you've got a conflict and you need to be disqualified, the prosecutor's office is like, okay, bye. Like, good, because it's less work for them.
Right.
And why be fighting that the entire prosecution? Why be trying to prosecute?
Well, you answer the question, because I mean, to me, it seems clear she wants to be a star. She's using this case to make herself a celebrity.
100%. I mean, her office.
Wow.
And this was one of the details that kind of got lost in the mix because it didn't have a ton of relevancy to our motion, so we couldn't focus on it. But she used $10,000 of taxpayer money to hire a media monitoring company. It's called Critical
Yes.
Mention. I mean, that when I saw that, it was and the emails that are attached to it, they're clearly looking to put a dollar value on her publicity. And there's only one reason for that. She wants to do something further politically. I mean, that was just so obvious to me. And if I don't live in Fulton County, I live in an adjoining county, thank goodness, because if 10,000 of my tax dollars went to a district attorney paying to monitor her own media, I would be absolutely livid, particularly in Fulton County, where it is a third world country in that jail. It is awful. There's just so many problems in that county. And I used to live
You know
in
what
Fulton
else?
County.
It's like there's a simple way of monitoring your media mentions, and you just put a Google alert on yourself. I don't recommend it. It's very depressing, but if she really wants to see the coverage of her name out there,
That's a
you
fact.
can do that. You don't need to spend
That's-
taxpayer, $10,000
That's a
in order to
fact.
find out what people are saying about you. She clearly is using it, and those comments that we just played just show it. I mean, she went to that women's event thing and got a heroine's welcome, and then they replayed. I'll show you on Friday after Judge McAfee's ruling, which allowed her to remain on the case. That same group put out this video celebrating her like she's the second coming. Here, let's watch some of it.
God.
It's just video, but in any event, you can see they're celebrating her. They're playing Beyonce. That look, Fulton County elected her, and I don't know. Is there? She keeps playing the race card, so I'll ask you whether it's relevant. Is it a racial thing? I imagine Fulton County is predominantly minority. Is she?
No, it's
is she
not.
trying to tap
not.
into some sort of racial grievance there by continuously bringing this up?
I think so. And I think it's important to look at the history of her office. She's a new prosecutor, but her first big case was the YSL case, which is it's a racketeering case against a rapper named
That is not true. That's not her first big case.
That case actually divided the community in Fulton County a lot, because she used rap lyrics and is still using rap lyrics, and took the stance of using rap lyrics against those gentlemen who were charged in that case. And that was a very controversial decision in the Black community in Atlanta. And so I feel like part of this is her politically trying to regain that community that might have not been happy about what happened in the YSL case. So I definitely think it's political, and I think she's got higher political ambitions, which, surprised me. I knew her when I was a public defender and she was a line DA. And it surprised me because how there's moments that you remember in your career where someone said something to you and it's sort of profound and it sticks with you. I have one of those with her. This was probably 15 years ago. I was a young public defender. She was a young prosecutor, and I had filed a motion on a double jeopardy, and I won on appeal. And I was still kind of unsure of myself and, felt bad shaking things up. And she said, don't ever feel bad about defending your client, because if you don't defend your client and you don't do everything that you need to do, my convictions won't stand. And I can't do my
I covered
job.
that case,
That's
ladies
a
and
really good
gentlemen.
perspective, and I've always viewed it that way. So, being attacked, and these attacks have been personal, being attacked was sort of surprising to me, because all I'm doing is defending my client, and she knows me and knows that I'm not racially motivated, knows that I'm not, biased against women or anything like that. So it is kind of surprising.
And not biased against Nathan Wade. I mean, they pointed out in their opposition to your motion that you campaigned for him, I guess, when he was running for judge, but you had supported him. Obviously, if his race or status as a man were a problem for you, you wouldn't have done that. I didn't think that inured against you. I thought it was the opposite. But of course, she's enjoying trying to lead people to believe that, because it helps her. It's a low blow, and we've watched it. All right, I want to ask you some questions about the hearing, if you don't mind, because we all watched it. Apparently I only watch your hearing and your case from the Caribbean, because I was actually I was at a different vacation over President's Day. Yeah, actually, it's been a very nice turn for us this past couple of months. It was freezing in Connecticut. Anyway, there we sat in the Bahamas, and I listened to this whole thing, and I watched every minute of it. And I had a couple of quick key questions. I'm amazed that the judge completely dismissed Robin Yurty, who didn't want to be there. If I wanted to sink Fannie Willis because she forced me out of the DA's office, as Fannie alleged, I would have come running to your courtroom. I would have said, Ms. Merchant, how can I help you? I can't wait to sink her. She's terrible. But you had to subpoena her. You pointed out she was terrified to get up there. When she actually was forced to testify, she was very laconic, very short answer. She was not volunteering anything. And I found her very credible. The judge said, I'm paraphrasing, but it wasn't filled out. Her testimony wasn't filled out. Right. I can understand that criticism, because I too wanted her to offer more detail. I wanted to hear a narrative answer. Right. So what are your thoughts on him dismissing her testimony and how her testimony went?
I was surprised that he dismissed her, because I thought she was by far the most credible witness that took the stand. And I was disappointed, because I could have made it more flowery, gone into salacious details about what she had seen them with.
That's what we wanted.
Right. And it's crazy, because I was under attack for doing that. So, I'm getting right to the facts. I'm bringing a witness. And that's just kind of my style in court. I'm one of those people where I don't, and it's from trying jury cases. I try not to waste jurors' time, so I get to the meat of it and then I get out. And that's just my style. But with Robin, she was very hesitant to come forward. She had a lawyer. I think all of this context is important. She had a lawyer who filed a motion to quash and relitigated that right before she testified. That lawyer, who is a very pleasant and wonderful person, is a Fannie Willis supporter. So, you've got all of the lawyers that did these motions to quash, you see their names on her campaign flyers regularly. So, Robin Yurty hired a lawyer who is literally on Fannie Willis's campaign flyers as a supporter, trying to keep Robin Yurty off the stand. Robin didn't have a beef to come. She didn't want to be a part of it. She always said, I'll tell the truth. But the other thing that I think a lot of people don't understand is that hesitant witnesses will not talk to the defense out of court. So, my interactions with her were through her lawyer, and somewhat limited. So I don't have the ability when someone doesn't want to come and testify for me to get all of these flowery details. I got what I needed from her, and then she was unequivocal. There was no doubt in her mind, and she was
That's what
her
she
best
said.
friend. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
she
there
said
was
no
no
doubt.
doubt.
Okay, he said it ultimately, in addition, while the testimony of Robin Yurti raised doubts about the state's assertions, it ultimately lacked context and detail. And then he went on to say, but even after considering the proffered cell phone testimony from defendant Trump, along with the entirety of the other evidence, neither side was able to conclusively establish by a preponderance of the evidence when the relationship evolved into a romantic one. I mean, that's just, with respect to the judge, that's the biggest lie in this opinion. That's the biggest lie that he wrote. That's just not true. Neither side was able to conclusively establish. And there's a little trick there. There's a trick, like a sleight of hand, conclusively
Hold
established
on, guys.
by
Hold
a
on, hold on.
preponderance of the evidence. Which is it? That's almost holding you to two different standards there. The correct one is preponderance, 51% more likely than not.
All right, guys. We have to go. We have to switch. We're going inside the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by, stand by. Hold on, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Okay. All right, you guys, you're still with me. You're still with put a one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you're still with me, put a one in the chat. If you're still with me, put a one in the chat if you're still with me. Okay, so judge is not on the bench yet. But I want to talk about what Ashley said. And something someone said in the comment section, I would agree with you. I don't know why I don't know why Ashley is doing this interview right now. Is she trying to piss off the judge? Is she trying to piss off the DA? Why are you doing this interview right now on a very huge platform? Why you're accusing the Fulton County DA of having aspirations to be a star or famous? You went on one of the most popular right wing YouTube channels to tell your story. This is problematic because one thing about District Attorney Fani Willis, she has a memory. She has a memory. And it looks like this is a opposing attempt to further smear DA Willis. But you have a client. You're representing Michael Roman, but you're doing interviews now. You have a case that's still pending. This is not a case that has been fully adjudicated. When she did the interview, the judge there has yet to be, well, she did it right between his ruling and the filing of the new documents. But if the appeals court say, hey, we don't want to touch this, they may take it to the highest Georgia court, or they may just be trial ready. I don't think, based on this, if there was an opportunity to get your client a plea, that would happen. Because the judge can't force the DA to offer a plea. The judge can't do that. So now you're not in a strong position to negotiate at this point. And your client was only facing a misdemeanor probation. A misdemeanor. Not even probation, a misdemeanor, $5,000 fine. Yeah, probation, $5,000 fine. That's it. That deal's off the table. That deal is off the table. I would, unless it's going to another jurisdiction, that deal's off the table. Now, what she said, it's kind of hard to, I get what she was saying, but it's kind of hard to agree with the timing. The timing, I don't know if this is very strategic, because now she's trying to play to the public. And she, like she accused Fonnie of DA Wills of going to the church and giving this church speech. She is now on a media tour talking about Ashley Merchant. She's on a media tour now. She's selling a story. It almost seems like she's salty that she lost. And this is what I'm getting from this. I don't know if anyone else is getting this, but she seems a bit salty to the point that she's risking her client's freedom if this case goes the distance. So that's the issue I have. I don't have a problem with people doing interviews, but it has to be appropriate and the timing has to be appropriate. You win your cases in the courtroom. You don't win them in the media. I know a wise man said that one time to me. Hey, I am that wise man. Anyway, you get my point, ladies and gentlemen. This is interesting that it would go to this degree that you could have waited and talk your talk after your client was adjudicated, after the case was resolved, at least for your client. Just think about the 4 other lawyers who took pleas for their clients. They really didn't do well, with the exception of 2 lawyers. They did do some interviews, but I think it's just the timing. And I think Michael's going to use Michael Roman, her client, is going to may use this to his benefit down the road. He may screen ineffective counsel. Now, Ashley Merchant referenced the case uh, about double jeopardy. Interestingly, I covered that case. And I want to bring that case up. I want to bring that case up. I want you guys, I'm going to pull the case right now. But I want you, and I'm going to give you a backstory in this case. She actually did good. So we're going to see a little history. Stand by. I heard this saying growing up in the hood. The only thing cool is a pack of cigarettes. I don't know why they used to say that. I didn't smoke, but they used to say that. You know, they had the cool cigarettes. I think it's COOL or KOOL. It's always said, "Are we cool?" The only thing cool is a pack of cigarettes, and that's not cool anymore because I don't smoke. I think you got where I'm going with that. Let me pull this case up here. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, stand by. We're gonna pull this one up. Gotta do a little. And this is actually one of my mine. So just stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Well, it appears. Hold on. Hey, watch. I'm watching the court, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just seeing if the judge takes the bench yet. Stand by. I'm gonna bring this up here.
Introducing the hide and seek from Bellroy. A traditional wallet on the outside, it hides a few tricks on the inside.
Hold on.
Need some time to research.
Stand by, everyone. I'm about to play it. I'm gonna share it. I had to dig in the crates. I had to go in the crates and find this video. I had to dig deep in the crates to pull this video up, but I found it. We're gonna pull it up. Yeah, I see you over there. I'm about to play it.
And a gun charge, right? Wasn't there a gun charge?
Yes, there was an aggravated assault possession of a firearm during the commission.
Okay, and so as we discussed, it's difficult to believe that somebody can be justified in committing a homicide, but not justified in shooting the person to commit the
Yes,
homicide.
Your Honor. And in this case, the underlying felony for the felony murder was the aggravated assault that he was ultimately found guilty of.
And we consider those to be mutually exclusive verdicts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and so your client, in exchange for a 10-year sentence, because he acknowledges taking the life of Mr. Duncan, and he wishes to address the family. And so based on the fact that I do think that that is an appealable issue, the mutually exclusive verdict, I will go along with the reduction of time from 25 years to serve 10 in custody. My understanding is that he's going to express remorse, take responsibility, and waive any rights to appeal. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes, Your
Hardeman?
Honor.
Yes. All right, and you wish to address the victim's family, and where's the family? Is the family here?
They're here, of course.
Okay, you may turn around and address them.
The deputy is please.
Okay, all right, then come right here, please, ma'am. Do you understand what's going on?
No.
Okay, here's what's going on. The lawyers for the state and the defense and I have discussed the case. The jury found him not guilty of murder, calling it justification. The defense has cited a case that has come out and talked about mutually exclusive verdicts. And the risk is that if he's not guilty of murder because he was justified in taking the life, how can he be guilty of aggravated assault in shooting the person to take their life? So we have a verdict of not guilty on the murder, a verdict of guilty on the shooting him. Well, if he's acquitted of murder because he was justified in shooting him, how could he be guilty of shooting him? So what we're trying to do is avoid an appeal, have him take responsibility for taking your loved one's life, and leave it at that. What we're saying is that if they appealed it, they would have a chance of having it reversed.
Murder.
Well, the murder is already decided. That's already decided. The jury found him not guilty of murder, which I know you did not like. I'm sorry?
That was because you allowed them to hide evidence.
Well, the jury came back with its verdict after the the trial, okay? And they found him not guilty of murder, but they found him guilty of aggravated assault, which are mutually exclusive verdicts, and we wonder how that would stand up on appeal. You tried the case, Mr. Anacostia, didn't you?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may. Your Honor, the way it can stand up on appeal is that the jury could have decided that he turned and shot a defenseless, unarmed man who came at him with his fists raised. The defendant himself testified under oath.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you see some of the players. And I tell you, I've been doing this for a long time. That's Linda Donikowski right there. Does anyone know who that woman is? This is a little quiz on courtroom trial coverage. That is Linda Donikowski. Can anyone tell me who that woman is besides being a prosecutor? You don't have to guess too long. She is the same woman who prosecuted the murderers of Ahmaud Arbery. She prosecuted the 3 racists who killed Ahmaud Arbery. That's Linda Donikowski. She was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office when I covered this case. I covered this case. I know the camera moving around a lot. There was a lot of things happening in the courtroom. We were about to leave. I said, let me throw my camera back on the tripod. Let me get the shot. And that was Ashley Merchant. Actually, that was her biggest reversal because the judge gave him 25 plus 5 years. So he would have did about 30 years. No, 20 plus 5, so 25 years. She got the 20 plus 5 reduced to 10 years. And he's coming home in a couple of months. But I shot this back then. Linda Donikowski ended up going to Cobb County, but she also was the person that led the prosecution team of the 3 men who killed Ahmaud Arbery. Now that's the young man who was in South Georgia who was just jogging. So these, Ashley was pretty decent back then. She fought very hard for Vincent Hardeman, who was a defendant in that particular case. And he was the one responsible for shooting rapper Slim Duncan. So this is history here. YSL trial I believe it just started, guys. Stand by. I'm gonna see if I can get you guys back in the courtroom. Stand by. Let's stand by. This is a lot of moving parts here. A lot of moving parts. Let me see if I can get you back in the courtroom. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Grab my feed. Okay, here we go, guys. We are in the courtroom. Bring guys in. Stand by. Okay, so we got the cameras on in the courtroom. That's the seal. So just a matter of minutes. Matter of minutes. Okay, so we're gonna kind of keep that in the background. So now you remember the case. Yes, I covered that. I was the only camera person covering that particular case, and that was over 12 15 years. It was a long time ago. 15 years ago. It's about 15 years ago. Yeah, I covered that case from gavel to gavel, and that was the first time I was introduced uh, to Ashley Merchant. Miss Kimmy, what's going on in the building? Toria, I see you. I see you, Toria. So that was a case that she fought tooth and nail. I do have an issue with the whole race card situation. Um, Quinn is our next witness, Jerome Street. Quinn is our next witness. Uh, just waiting for them to come in the courtroom. As soon as they come in, you know that you know the media's in the courtroom right now. I can say that the media's in the courtroom. Uh, looks like there was a lunch, and now I'm reading something. There was a lunch apparently, and now we're just waiting for the judge to take the bench. Buckle up. This is going to be interesting because we heard what Adrian, how Adrian Bean did. A little concerning. We're going to talk about. We're going to unpack his testimony probably on the weekend. But there was some things that I was watching. I mean, while he was trying to put this case behind him, well, it's not really easy to put it behind you. There were some things done. We clearly know that you were singing like a canary to the detective. Everyone heard it. Everyone heard it. If you choose the life of crime and you're talking to the detectives and you're snitching on people and all this stuff, you can't go back to the block, player. They don't want you back on the block. They don't want you back on the block. You got to get it. You got to listen. They don't want you on the block. You know. It's just what it is. I mean, it's just all the way bad because what you saw was the end result of very bad decisions throughout his life. So that's the end result. He didn't want to be on camera. He didn't want to be in the courtroom, but because it's a televised case, people sign up to be. They don't really sign up; they get subpoenaed to be in court. In most cases, they're subpoenaed, and and that's what happens. And that's Tori said, "What good did Bean's testimony do for the state's case?" Well, we'll see. We'll see because we heard one side of the recording. I mean, one side of the two individuals that was on the recording sort of give testimony. He gave testimony. It wasn't testimony that we expected, but he gave testimony. Now we're gonna bring Detective Quinn in to speak on that in custody interview, and let's see how that plays out because there will be uh, direct and cross examination of Detective Quinn, and probably redirect, and they're probably going to be questioned by several of the lawyers. So Detective Quinn, he's going to be on the stand for a couple of days. They're not letting this detective get off that easy. Um, and maybe the defense, I don't know. I think because he's gonna be a powerful witness, so they got to really go and try to you know do what they need to do to bring him on their side. If he's on the prosecution side, the defense will have to figure a way to bring him on their side. And we're gonna listen. We're gonna see how this guy do. So, so do you believe Thug was in that car? Because that car is not a big car. You had this guy who was over 300 pounds. I mean, I you know. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here in the courtroom. Judges came in. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're here, ladies and gentlemen, finally. He's a setup artist. Not just a setup dude. He's a setup artist, apparently. Absolutely. Oh, ain't no time to be sleeping now, Playboy. No time to be sleeping. There's no time to be sleeping. Get up. That part. Oh, Vanderveer, you said something, Vanderveer, right there. You said something right there. Ooh, Vanderveer, you are on it this morning, this afternoon. Time for roll call. Oh, now Doug want to wear green. Now he want to wear green. I see what you're doing, Thug. I see what you're doing. Yo, stuff in your face already, Thug. It's stuff in your face already. Okay. You got to focus. Playboy, you got to focus the camera. Come on. Get in focus. Come on. Dugga. Oh, you just want people. You just want to put. You want to put Thug on blast here. He's eating. He's eating the Corian. He's eating. Miss Betty, what's good? Toria, stop it, Toria. Stop it. Hey guys, I'm gonna have to pull up. Oh, yeah, just we got a honey bun. What do you? What we got? Jolly Ranchers? Oh, see, this is wrong. Why are you zooming in on that man's candy? Come on, don't. The cameraman snitching. It ain't me. It ain't me. Okay.
All right, good afternoon, council's interested parties. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleve Adams et al. And 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botts, and Mr. Sharp. Good afternoon, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard. Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. App. Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Ewing and Mr. Matthews Jr. and Senior. Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Nichols, Ms. Westmoreland, Mr. Harvey. Good afternoon. Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams. Good afternoon. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Atkins, and Ms. Lowe. Good afternoon. All right.
They win the same colors again today.
All right, Deputy Hammer, all our jurors present? Yes, sir. Okay, all right. Anything I need to take up before we call our next witness?
Your Honor, just wanted to know if the defense had an opportunity to look at the transcript and if they had any,
Transcript on what, madam?
the transcript that we provided yesterday for the jail call that was played, 175C.
All right. Counsels, anybody wish to be heard on the issue? Ms. Hilton, you want to repeat your statement?
Sure. Yesterday, the state provided transcriptions of the jail call, State's Exhibit 175C, and wanted to know if the defense counsel had an opportunity to review that transcript, and if so, if they had any edits, or if they did not have any edits.
Within the context of the interview between Mr. Bean and Detective Quinn.
Correct, because
And because you all hadn't had an opportunity to take a look at that transcript yesterday, we just played the tape. What the state's asking to do today, I assume, is to go ahead and potentially play that again or play it and provide a transcript.
That's exactly what they plan on doing. So who's doing the direct today? It will be Ms. Hilton. Will be doing direct examination of Detective Quinn, and cross examination will be by Keith Adams.
Well, that's a you problem. Because you had it since yesterday. I didn't play it yesterday. I didn't provide them the transcript yesterday because you didn't have time to review it. We played the tape. We played the recording. Yeah. And I think the court's position was, recordings here.
You got to talk to the mic, sir.
We haven't had an opportunity to review, but we played the recording. Okay. I don't think there was any indication on our position, on our part, that we need to readdress the issue of the transcript. All right. Let me hear from this. Let me hear from the state on that particular issue.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe the court was going to either do one or two alternatives. The first alternative was to give 35 minutes or 30 minutes. I believe that was the request in order for defense counsel to review the transcript. And the alternative, we made a decision to play it without the transcript, with the thought that defense counsel would review it, because we do intend on using that call again and playing that.
No, not with the thought. The judge has to rule on that. He didn't rule on that.
That's something that may or may not be addressed today, depending on how far we get with Detective Quinn. So it's something that could come up by Friday, but we would like defense counsel to review it. And if they have any edits, let us know, because the state would be intending to use that transcript.
Okay.
So the judge really didn't say anything.
Adams, anything further?
We'll go ahead and we'll review it.
Okay.
I think the anticipation is it probably won't be an issue today. I don't stay on Friday case, but I think I would say this. I think that our understanding, defense understanding, was that the court was going to go ahead and play let the recording be played, so there was not really a need for us to review the transcript that was going to be used.
Yeah, and you're right, sir. And I think that the state's telling you they're going to potentially ask the court to go ahead and consider the transcript. They're asking you all to review it for accuracy and edits. And of course, I'll accept any other objections at that
I
point in
will
time.
send the judge an
And if I
email.
should decide to give or play the tape with the transcript as an aid, I'll give the applicable Uniform Superior Court rule tape and transcript instruction or admonition. Okay.
We'll go ahead and we'll review that.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. Let's summon our jurors, please. You had your own hotspot? I take it from that. I would just suggest that redundancy is always a good thing. I don't know how the public Wi-Fi here is in the courthouse, but we have added a hotspot for you all's use only.
And that's been working until today, at least in my experience.
Well,
Something's happened today.
There's something wrong with the sound because I'm getting it too.
I can't tell you why. I can only make a phone call and
That's all I'm asking.
and I can maybe inquire about that. So, Mr. Kearns, can you call Miss Omana and the dependency and see if we can check on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Mr. Steele? Was that it, Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't know the context, so I'll just ask you, of course, since it came up.
I said, I don't apologize. I don't know the context, so I don't know the objection to be made, but replaying a recording that has been played already would, in my opinion, be cumulative and none of the speakers.
It's something wrong with the sound in the courtroom because I'm
Okay,
struggling
let's
myself.
see what the state offers it for, and I think that's a little premature at this point in time.
I was just answering because I heard you say any other objections.
Oh, that's at the time that you all have have an opportunity to take a look at the transcript. But if the tape's played, depending upon the foundation, depending upon what it's issued for, I'll make a determination at that point.
And then can we just approach for about 40 seconds on a matter?
Okay. Are they good, Ham? Okay, all right. Well, just tell them to get ready, okay? All right.
That is funny. Well, she's quiet, and I think everyone else is quiet today. Let me see if I can get a message into someone in the courtroom. Stand by. Stand by. We're gonna check something right now. Stand by. I think I fixed the problem. Stand by. Stand by. I'll be right. Stand by. We have it fixed in 2 minutes. 1 minute. Stand by.
All rise for the jury.
How's that, ladies and gentlemen? How's that? How's the sound now? It was me. I'm glad I didn't send the judge an email. He said he would have said, "Mr. Byron, get out of my courtroom."
All right, thank you, Deputy Ham. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Members of the jury, good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, sound good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to continue with the presentation of the state's case. So, ladies and sirs, I'll call you next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls retired Detective David Quinn.
All right, summon Detective Quinn, please. All right, Detective Quinn, good afternoon, sir. Afternoon. All right, come on up to the witness stand, sir. And before you sit down, if you would be so kind and turn and face Deputy Ham, be sworn as a witness.
The man with the swag.
I do. David Quinn, DAVID, QUINN.
And good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been retired from the Atlanta Police Department?
Fully since 2019.
Okay. And when you say fully, what does that mean?
So I joined the Atlanta Police Department in 1985 when I was 20 years old, and I stayed until 2019. So I did 33 years and some change. After that, I got into the true crime TV business, which is what I do now.
Mm-hmm. And tell the jury a little bit about your time with the Atlanta Police Department over those 33 years.
Again, I hit the street when I was about 21 years old, 1986, after having been hired at 20. And I went straight to Zone 3. I don't know, Zone 3 was back in those days, Southeast, Southwest Atlanta. I stayed there 10 years and probably the highest crime district in the city at that time. After those 10 years, I don't know why, somebody sent me to Bankhead and I went to the Zone 1 precinct and I worked there for another 5. In my 15th year, after working those high crime areas, somebody promoted me to detective, but they sent me straight to homicide, which sent me right back to those same neighborhoods in Zone 3 and Zone 1. It's like going home. So.
And let's talk about your 10 years being in Zone 3. Did you have the occasion to patrol the entire Zone 3, or were you assigned to a particular section of Zone 3?
Well, I was assigned Zone 3 A sector, which was that area around the McDaniel Glen Housing Project, the Pittsburgh Civic League Apartments, Pryor Road. But there was a lot of bleed over. In other words, I wouldn't just work one specific area in downtown Atlanta. I would also branch out as far as Gilbert Road, which is at the county line to Clayton County. So it was the busiest precinct at the time. So you kind of scattered all over.
Okay. And you said it briefly, as a homicide detective, did you unfortunately have the occasion to investigate homicides within the Zone 3 neighborhood?
Absolutely, every month, usually.
And based on your time in Zone 3, if you could describe the Zone 3 community for this jury.
Zone 3 in community, from the time that I worked it in the mid 80s, all the way until I was an old man in, the mid 2000s. It's a rough, busy neighborhood, but there are pockets of diversity everywhere. You may have truck drivers, you have doctors, lawyers, but you also have the quote unquote marginalized communities are also in Zone 3. So it's a mix. It's not one thing.
And based on your interaction of having different type of community members within Zone 3, how would you describe the residents of Zone 3?
The who?
The residents.
The residents are hardworking people.
All right, guys, I'm heading to the courtroom, so this stream will be up even on comfort breaks. I'll be texting you guys, not texting, but I'll be communicating you guys from inside the courtroom. Time to get those shots.
I was only 12 as a boy. And when I left, I was a grandfather. So that was my life.
Now, I'm going to take you back to your time as a detective in the homicide unit. If you could tell the jury, what were your primary job duties and responsibilities?
When I went to homicide, I learned quickly that my responsibility was to investigate crimes that involve deaths at the hands of other humans. I had worked murder. That's primarily what I worked. I worked with about 18 other detectives, and we were in a rotation. Whereas you would catch a homicide, respond to it, you'd have about a month to work that case up. And once you've worked that case up, you would go down to the bottom of that homicide list. But they were giving us the responsibility to actually handle cases that involve special investigations. In particular, police officers' use of force, shooting people, anyone that dies in custody. We handle those investigations. And sometimes we even handle corruption investigations on the department if in fact there was some kind of conflict in internal affairs.
So speaking specifically about having to do those special investigations, specifically the officer involved investigations, what were your job duties and responsibilities for those type of investigations?
Well, I had to investigate whether or not an officer had the legal authority to use his gun in a deadly way. I investigated deadly force.
And to your knowledge, is that responsibility of investigating officer-involved shootings still the responsibility of the homicide unit?
When I was on the way out, it changed gears. They decided to let the Georgia Bureau of Investigation handle those shootings. I guess they didn't want the actual agency to investigate itself.
Somebody say something? I think, Your Honor. I said objection, speculation. I will objection.
When you are assigned as when you are assigned an officer-involved shooting, if there is an underlying crime that occurred before the officer-involved shooting, do you investigate both the underlying crime and the officer-involved shooting, or are those two separate investigations?
No, you have to work both. You've got to understand the reason why the officer was there in the first place, why he pulled his gun, why he used deadly force. Sometimes it's not involving a weapon. Sometimes it's physical force. So you must also investigate that crime as well.
Now, in your experience as an investigator, do all investigators investigate cases the same way?
Oh, no. It's just like any other walk of life. I mean, everyone has their own style. And usually your style comes from how you carry yourself in the street and your experience out there with the citizens, in this case, the citizens of Fulton County, City of Atlanta.
Tell us a little bit about your investigative style.
Everybody calls me old school.
How old will the objection, Mr. Steele?
I am Atlanta, and
I feel like every case I work is a story, and I've got to report back, the information from that story. I always say when I work my investigations, I want to have on a belt and suspenders. I want to make sure I got everything. And sometimes, commanders and supervisors don't like that. I mean, I take my time, slow and methodical, with how I work my cases. I don't move very fast.
Faces. I overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you.
You could say.
That's pretty much it. I just try to keep, you don't get all the answers when you work in investigations like they do on TV. But what you do is you try to get as much as you can, and you miss things. I miss things on every investigation. And so you have to take your time to make sure you have it right.
When you're conducting an investigation, generally, what type of evidence are you looking for, say for your homicide cases? What type of evidence do you want, are you trying to gather as a part of your investigation?
I mean, first and foremost, I want eyewitnesses. I want humans to give information that could lead to some kind of inroads in closing this case. As I got older in the department, technology became a useful tool. We've always had fingerprints. You want fingerprints. DNA became a really big deal around 2002. I've watched everything change, but I always, with any kind of testimony that I receive from a witness, I want to get something to back it up, something tangible that'll vouch for this person that's an eyewitness seeing something. But I really like eyewitness evidence. A lot of people don't, but I do, because the community, that is the witness.
Now, in your time as a homicide detective, have you had the occasion to interview suspects?
Absolutely.
And tell the jury a little bit about your interview style.
I try to keep my interviews.
Overrule, Mr. Sharp. Have a seat.
I try to have conversations. I mean, from these conversations, I try to have them make sense. I don't want it to be overbearing. Sometimes those conversations, those interviews can get heated, but you want to build some kind of rapport with the person, whether it be a witness or a suspect, and make sure you're getting good information.
You have an objection, Mr. Steele? What's the basis? All right, come on up.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Let me ask you this, Detective Quinn. Over the course of your 30 years, how many people have you interviewed? Just roughly.
I mean, thousands. I mean, I can't put a number on that.
And you talked a few moments ago about building rapport. Tell the jury, why is it important to build rapport?
You don't want your interview to be adversarial. You want people to be calm and give you truthful testimony that you can verify later.
Mr. Steele, you got to pose an objection and then you got to tell me a basis, because selling your honor doesn't let Ms. Weaver know who you are. So please go ahead and objection and tell me your basis.
I have a motion. I have a motion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can I get you to step into your headquarters for just a second? Detective, can I get you to step outside for a minute? All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us and our witness is off the stand. Yes, Mr. Steele, what's your motion?
Your Honor, I tried to preempt it at the bench. It's exactly what I asked. And I'll wait for Ms. Weaver if the court needs it for the exact quote. But Detective Quinn just said, upon questioning the district attorney, why is it important to develop a rapport with a witness? And the answer was something to the effect of, to get truthful information. No witness can talk about veracity or truthfulness or believability of anybody. That's what I tried to say at the bench. That's the entirety of this testimony so far. I'm moving for a mistrial on Mr. Williams because this gentleman interviewed a big witness in this event. The only witness that puts Mr. Williams involved in this event. And now it's important to get truthful information. I don't know how you wipe that out. Are you going to tell the jurors, ignore that last comment? That's what you're going to say? And I warned it. And I was at the bench and you did not want to hear from me more than you did. You told me to step back, but Your Honor, I've been doing this too. I anticipated it wasn't that hard to do. I'm moving for a mistrial and I did it at the proper moment.
All right, Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor,
Have a seat, Mr. Sharp. Let her finish, okay? All right, remember the Harvey rule is still in effect, so have a seat.
Your Honor, as it relates to Detective Quinn's response, he did not talk about a specific witness, truthfulness, or veracity. He said, in general, what I'm trying to do is to find the truth. And that is what you do in an interview. You're determining whether or not what the person who's speaking to you is credible, if they're providing credible information. Your Honor, even in this case, when you listen to the interview that has already been admitted, Detective Quinn already tells Agent Bain, I don't think you're being fully honest. So he's not talking about the veracity of any one witness. He hasn't even talked about any witnesses yet. So for defense counsel to deem or ask for a mistrial at this juncture, given this testimony, we're going to ask for you to deny.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion. Summon our jurors, please.
Before the next question is asked, I have to review my motion.
It's noted. I'll make a yes, and I preserved it. It'll be continuing. Mr. Shard, if you ask me that one more time, okay? No, I did. Listen. Everybody gets the same objection, okay? Unless there's something else.
If you want to take it down, you have to do it.
Your Honor, previously you informed all defense counsel that motions for mistrial were not subject to the Harvey rule.
No, I
That's
didn't.
why I'm doing this.
No, I
If you tell
didn't.
me that motions for mistrial are now subject to the Harvey rule, and that's on the record,
I don't recall my saying that they were not. So
respectfully, I recall that, but I will just rely on the Harvey rule from now on, if that's clear for the
I'll
record.
assume it for everybody then, unless you opt out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Judge, just in case there was any confusion about the prior testimony or prior arguments that were made for motion in this trial, my understanding from the court's ruling today is that it applies to all defendants.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Summon our jurors, please, sir.
Your Honor, is it okay if we pull the mic back a little bit on what he's saying? We hear feedback a little when we, do the witness response.
I don't want you touching my microphone
I will not touch
because that's the exclusive purview of Miss Weaver. Okay. So
I think there's a little bit.
it's okay with her, then you have carte blanche. But short of that, leave it alone.
Your Honor,
Sir.
would the court consider my previous request for a continuing objection now in the same bolstering?
Yes.
Irrelevant?
Well, I'll just give you a continuing objection, okay? At this point.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Ham. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, you may continue your examination, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Quinn, in your interviews with citizens or with suspects, or residents of the community, do you curse or use language that some may deem offensive?
I would think, yeah, my mother in particular.
And is that just your style of talk and speech?
Yeah, I mean, that's just how I talk. And I think it's more like the vernacular of the area that I worked in all those years.
I want to direct your attention to September 11th, 2013. Were you assigned to the homicide unit?
I was.
And did you have the occasion to respond to 2745 Old Hateville Road, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County?
I did.
And did you arrive with other officers?
I did.
Do you recall now who you arrived with?
Well, I was riding alone, but other homicide detectives went to that scene. You had Detective Vince Velasquez, who's my longtime partner. You had Detective Summer Benton, my super. Is that me? You had a contingent of other support staff. What's going on?
Say again?
It's really ringing in my ear big time. I don't know what it is.
Hopefully it should finish.
Okay. I'm pretty loud. I don't think I need it.
About what time did you arrive at that location?
I got there about 12:30 in the afternoon.
And what was the temperature and weather like that day?
It was hot, from what I remember. I mean, it's Georgia afternoon, so I know it was a little warm out.
And why did you respond to that location?
Well, I got a call because I was told by dispatch that an officer had discharged his weapon and I need to get to that scene.
And while you were responding to 2745 on Hayfield Road, did you learn that there were other areas that were active scenes at that time?
Absolutely.
How many other active scenes were there?
It was about 3. You could almost say 4, but 3 that were going to be necessary for that investigation. They were going to have to be processed.
And what were those 3?
So you had 2745 O'Hayville Road, which is the Summerdale Commons Apartments. There was, what I was told at the time, that's where the incident occurred where the officer discharged his weapon. Then you had a house directly across the street from there where there was damage to a residential home right there on O'Hayville Road. And then you had a third scene, which was 126 Cleveland Avenue, which the Cleveland Coin Laundry, a car had crashed into it. So I had a bunch of scenes going.
And roughly, how far were each of those scenes from each other?
They were within about 75 yards. If you just do the whole perimeter, it's kind of disjointed, but they were all kind of right there.
You may. You shown that document to defense counsel,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Marcus State Exhibit 158C.
Sure.
Do you recognize Exhibit 158?
This looks like the area I just described, roughly, yeah.
And is that a fair explanation of an overview of that area you kind of described where you responded to on September 11th, 2013?
I would say so.
Around this kind of state like the Tennessee, this is 158C in that.
Any objection to states 158 Charlie? Anyone?
No, Your Honor.
All right. States 158 Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Information about it.
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at Section 158, roughly, and you can either do one of two things. You do old school, like you like to say old school and point, or you can use that computer. I'll let you decide.
Oh, wow. Okay, I think I'll do the finger action over here.
Okay, so if you can click to the left, it should pop open to the bottom. Just tap the screen. All right.
Oh, wow.
You have a pen over there? To the left?
Right here.
Yeah. That should give you a pen. Can you circle on there? Do you see where it says Summerdale Commons? Or Summerdale Apartments? Commons first. And then Summerdale Apartments. And on here where it says the Skyline Laundromat. Okay. Are those the three, roughly the three areas that you just kind of described for where you, those three active cities?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe to the jury, what was the scene like?
Like opening day at Six Flags. It was crazy. I mean, it was fire engines, police officers, blue lights going. Everybody talking to me at one time, you know, which I'm used to, but this was a really big scene and it was really active.
And once you got there, what did you find? What did you observe once you responded to the scene?
When I got there, I wanted to speak to my supervisor and just try to figure out, you know, what was I dealing with here? Give me an overview. The first place I pulled up to was 126 Cleveland Avenue.
And 126 Cleveland, what location was that?
That was the Coin Laundry.
And when you said you spoke to your sergeant, who was there at the time?
That was Sergeant Leanne Lacoste.
And was she able to provide you any information at that time about what was happening?
She gave me an overview of what was going on and indicated where I needed to go next.
And did you follow her instructions?
I did.
After speaking with Sergeant Lacoste, did you ask any homicide detective to assist you with taking control of any of the scenes?
I asked two.
Who were those two?
I asked Detective Vince Velasquez to actually go up to 2745 Old Hapeville Road at Summerdale Commons and work that scene, whatever it may be. I then asked Detective Summer Benton if she could handle the 126 Cleveland Avenue. I mean, we had a car that had crashed into a building. I wanted to handle anything related to that evidence.
And did you yourself note anything, any evidence you found at 2745 Old Hapeville Road or 126 Cleveland Avenue?
Well, when I went up to 2745, there was shell casings all over the ground. I don't remember how many it was at the time. Clearly evidence of a shooting. There was a disabled front gate. This really nice mechanical gate had been destroyed and it looked like fresh damage. And I wanted Detective Velasquez to take his time and go through that and report back whatever his findings were.
And was he able to do that for you?
He was.
Now, while you were on scene, were you made aware of any individuals that were detained?
I was.
How many people were detained?
3.
And who were those individuals?
I was told that it was a Frederick Prothrow, Walter Murphy, and an Adrian Bean.
Out of those individuals, were you aware if any of them had injuries?
Oh yeah, I found out that Frederick Prothrow had a serious gunshot wound to the back, which changed my thinking. I mean, we had someone who was actually struck So a lot of my energy went to that. I also found out that it was Walter Murphy had gunshot wounds to the legs. They had both been transported to Grady Hospital for treatment.
To your knowledge, did you know if Adrian Bean had an injury at that time?
I heard he had some injuries, but I didn't think they were significant based on what I learned on scene. I wasn't even sure at the time if he went to the hospital.
And you said that Mr. Prothero, Mr. Murphy went to the hospital. What hospital did
Grady Memorial.
And did you have any investigators go to Brady Memorial Hospital to speak with Walter Murphy or Frederick Prothero?
Yeah, I have my partners, Detective A.B. Calhoun and Detective Tracy Lewis. They would go down there and try to see if they could give me some feedback on what kind of injuries I was dealing with. I was really concerned about the brother that was shot in the back.
They said the brother. When you say the brother, what did you do?
I'm sorry, Frederick Prothero.
And did you interview anyone while you were on scene?
Yeah, I did.
Who did you interview while you were on scene at 2745?
This young man by the name of Flores, and I interviewed the actual officer that discharged his weapon.
Did you interview anyone else?
I actually I didn't really interview, but I actually there was a young man by the name of Skateboard.
Do you remember his? Did you ever learn his actual name?
Brian Taylor Ransom is what I found out his name was.
When you met with investigator Robertson L, do you remember where you actually met with him?
So because this was a major scene, they pulled out all the stops. They brought out what's called the mobile command vehicle. This is an air-conditioned camper where they put the officer that's been involved in the shooting away from everyone. And when I walked into the camper, this mobile crime unit, he's in there with his lawyer. So I was, his union lawyer, the officer.
And was he able to provide you information that assisted or helped you with their investigation?
He gave me some understanding as to why he discharged his weapon. We agreed on scene that he would come back the next day with his attorney and give a formal statement at the homicide office.
And after speaking with investigator Robertson L, did you determine if there was an underlying crime that you need to investigate and was determined if he was justified in firing his weapon?
There was a shooting that prompted Detective Robertson L to discharge his weapon, as he told me. At that time, it was only an aggravated assault type investigation. We didn't know what else it may entail, but he responded to gunfire on a citizen.
And you said you spoke with someone named Flores. Does the name Eduardo Flores sound familiar?
That sounds correct.
How were you first made aware of this position?
Sergeant Leanne Lacoste told me that.
I'm sorry.
That was Mr. Steele.
Were you made?
Oh, I'll sustain the objection.
Let me ask you this: were you just made aware that this witnesses you saw?
Yes.
And was he one of them?
Yes.
When you were first made aware of Mr. Flores, how long had you been on scene?
I've probably been out there about 15, maybe 20 minutes because I was walking around at each scene. That's an estimate from 10 years ago.
To your knowledge, did any other officer speak with him prior to you speaking with him?
Somebody did, but I don't remember the name.
Whoever spoke with him, do you know they recorded that first interview, that first interaction?
I didn't know any recordings with him other than one I did.
And when you interviewed him, was that your first time speaking with him?
Yes.
Do you recall, do you recall where on scene did you interview him?
I interviewed Flores at the 126 Cleveland Coin Laundry, right on the hill overlooking all the mayhem down there at the bottom where the car crashed.
You may, as long as you've shown that to the defense counsel already.
Yes, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 159C. If you can take a look at State's Exhibit 159C and tell me if you recognize that area depicted in State's Exhibit 159C.
This looks pretty much like the Cleveland, 126 Cleveland Avenue location where the laundry was.
And in that picture, do you see the approximate area where you were when you began speaking with Mr. Flores?
Yes.
And would that picture help you describe to the jury where you were when you actually had your conversation with Mr. Flores?
So I'm between this white utility box in the picture and the driveway in that area.
So
Looking.
So it will help.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
sorry.
Your Honor, this I'm saying like the, and then State's Exhibit 159C.
Any objection to State's 159, Charlie?
Not on behalf of this witness.
All right, hearing no objection, court will admit 159, Charlie, and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. And subsequently, you should be able to erase those circles. So when the next.
You know, I'm probably have to go back to the stick. That confused me. Where's the stick? All right. Yeah, this is better.
Okay. Now, you can go ahead and just tell the jury what you were referencing about where you were when you had that conversation with Mr. Flores.
I'm in this area right around here where this cracked sidewalk is and this utility box.
And when you met with him, did he approach you or did you approach him?
He approached me. He came up to that scene. I mean, everything was cordoned off. Some kind of way he got into the scene. Someone had to have escorted him because you couldn't just walk in. Everything was wrapped up. You couldn't do nothing on Cleveland in 75 that day.
Was your interview? Did you record your interview with him?
I did.
And how did you record his interview?
My digital recorder.
And where did you keep your digital recorder?
I keep my digital recorder right here in my lapel pocket. That's what I've always done.
And do you generally record all your interviews with a pocket recorder?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
And why do you record your interviews?
Well, a couple of different reasons. I want to have all the information that's coming to me on that scene so I can come back to it and reference it as I continue my investigation. I'm just big on taping things. There are times when I'll actually take a verbal and write notes. Everything's not recorded, but in this case, his interview was recorded.
Okay. What was his demeanor like when you interviewed him?
He was concerned about his vehicle that he had received from someone else.
In the course of your time as an investigator, have you ever had the occasion of someone who was under the influence of drugs or alcohol? As an investigator, have you ever had the occasion to interview anyone who was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I mean, throughout my career, almost every day.
Okay. Did Mr. Flores appear to be under the influence of any drugs or alcohol when you met with him?
Not at all. He was clean.
Did his eyes appear to be glossy as if he was high or anything like that?
I didn't see it.
Okay. Was he able to speak with you coherently?
Clean as a bell.
When you first met with Flores, were you aware if he had given a different version of his involvement in the case to another officer?
I did hear that.
And based on your interview with him, did he advise you what he told that initial officer?
Yes.
Did he then advise you that the version he was telling you was now in fact what he had actually?
I suppose the objection.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, this time I'm impeaching Mr. Flores from what his testimony.
So you have your witness on direct, ma'am. So you're going to need to ask.
Was he able to tell you about what happened on September 11, 2013?
He was.
Was he able to tell you why he was over at Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Was he able to tell you who he came with on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Was he able to tell you why he was in the Cleveland Avenue area?
He did.
Was he able to tell you whose car he was in?
He also told me that.
What about what car, who he gave the car to?
Yes.
Was he able to tell you if other people entered the car that he had given to someone else?
He did.
And was this entire interview captioned on that audio recording?
Absolutely.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to this audio recording in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Have you shown that to defense counsel already?
They've received it, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 160C. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 160C.
This is the Eduardo Nava Flores interview. It's even got my initials on there.
And what? And have you had the opportunity to listen to that interview again in preparation for today?
I have.
And did that appear to be the full interview that you had with Mr. Nava Flores back on September 11, 2013?
That's it.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 160C into evidence.
Any objection, states 160, Charlie? All right, hearing no objection, 160C is admitted, and it may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. 160C. You're welcome.
This is Detective D. Quinn. The date is the 11th day of September 2013. I'm currently at the intersection of Macon Drive at Cleveland Avenue. For the record, sir, what is your full name?
My name is Eduardo Flores Nava.
All right, Mr. Flores Nava, give me your date of birth, please.
It's February 2nd, 1990.
Okay. Now, we've been working a crime scene over here involving an officer-involved shooting. You just walked up minutes ago. Explain to me why you walked up here.
The reason I walked up here was because I had word that my girlfriend's car that I had borrowed this morning might be down here in the shooting.
All right. We're looking over the ridge here. There's a wrecker that's loading a car on. Is that Nissan Altima, burgundy in color, the car that your girlfriend allowed you to use today?
That is the car.
All right. Can you tell me anything about the car? Anything specifically on how it may have arrived up here?
The only way I can think of is that we were...
Who'd you give the car to? That's all I want to know.
I did not give the car personally to anybody.
Okay, well, who did you allow to get your car?
Brian, my friend. He's the one that pointed me this direction. He's the one that had pretty much me here thinking that I was just going to grab...
Okay, listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. Brian has told us that some guy asked to borrow the car. You let him borrow the car. If we keep going around this circle, we're going to have a long night. Let's have a short night. I'd like to go home and get a cold Peroni later on after this is all over. So tell me and describe the person, if it's true, you lent the car to.
Right.
That's all I want, so we can let you go. I don't want to interrogate you and do the hot lamps and all that shit.
Right.
Let's get it done now, brother.
Right. I got pointed this direction. I was lost. I actually do not know any of these freaks' names whatsoever.
I buy that.
Right. And he was pointing me directions. I trusted him with the car. He said, "Can I borrow your car?" Yeah. I've let him borrow the car. Brian.
You let Brian borrow. Where are you when you let Brian borrow your car?
I have just exited the door at what direction that the officer just...
Now, Sergeant Swartz just took you down to 2233 Macon Drive. Is that where you were when your car disappeared?
That's where I was when I was disappeared. I was in the car.
Who did you give the keys to?
Brian.
You gave them to Brian. Do you know who Brian gave the keys to?
Brian handed them over. 4 people got in the car like this.
Who's the guy you saw Brian give them to?
I don't remember, sir.
Can you describe them?
Scattered. If it was any of the guys that I just described, it was the guy with the white t-shirt and the short hair.
Was it short hair?
It was short hair.
Shorter than mine or short as mine?
It was probably as short as yours.
Okay.
And if anything,
what do you do now after the car's been lent out?
I think
who asked to get the car?
Brian. And he turns around to me and he says, "It's cool."
It's cool to let this guy borrow the car. Did you know where he was going with the car?
No, but whenever 4 black people jump in my car in the middle of Atlanta where I don't know where I'm at, I don't think
So how many black people got in your car initially?
There was 4.
You saw 4 get in your car?
Yes, there was 4.
And they were all males?
They were all males.
Okay, 4 black males. And you've described...
And now at this point, whenever they're in my car, I'm not trying to say nothing. I'm not, because there's still some people at the house. I don't know where I'm at. Obviously, this guy knows his cat, and he's doing him a favor because he said he just needs a favor. He needs to go down to the store, do something.
Do you know the guy he lent the car to?
I have no
idea. Have you ever been around him before?
Never.
Okay, all right. Anything else anything else in that first statement that you'd like to clear up now that we're here?
Yes,
Anything else?
That the gas station was just somewhere where he was looping me around, saying that we might find it.
So you never went in a gas station?
Never went in a gas
You only went to 2233 Macon?
Right. After that, from the gas station, he pointed me to 22 Macon, pulled up, got out of the car. He started talking to him. I kept my stuff because I don't know these cats.
Did you see any firearms at all during this exchange of the vehicle?
I did not. If I would have probably seen some firearms, I would have told them from those 20 minutes that we sat there waiting for the car to get back, I would have told them, look, fuck that. Why is there cops rolling by this house now?
Okay.
It wasn't but 4 or 5 minutes after that the cops were just barreling down that road.
Gotcha.
And the guys that were there didn't say nothing, but they had this look in their eye like, you know, and they looked at each other. And to me, it was just like a feeling that.
So what prompted you to leave, to come up here to Old Hakeville?
Someone rolled by and said, "What the fuck happened? Something just happened. They got the whole road blocked off, blah, blah." And then they started honking at them. They left, and I said, "What?" And then they started calling. They're like, hold on. We don't know about this. We don't know about this. And they just said, like, yo, we have no idea if it's even our people or what.
Okay. You came up to investigate. You see your girlfriend's car that was just
right. I was walking and I couldn't find my way all the way up here because every cop that I saw, the only way I could find it is follow cop lights.
Okay,
and that's how I got here.
I just want your buddy.
Right. And since I was here, the only reason I was saying that is because he said, look, we went to the gas station, and I'm like, look, I don't want you to get your buddies in trouble, or I don't know what kind of connection you got down here. I'm gonna tell them that we were at the gas station. That's what happened. We left.
All right. But you. This is the absolute truth. This second interview, right?
Second interview is
okay. We're done, man. It's that simple. All right. Ending time is 2:32 in the p.m. 9/11/2013.
And was that the entirety of your interview with Mr. And I said Nava Flores incorrectly, Mr. Flores Nava?
Yes, ma'am. It was.
And after this interview with Mr. Flora Naves, did you have any additional interviews with him?
I did not.
And was this your only recorded interview with him?
Absolutely.
At any point, have you ever erased any part of this interview regarding Mr. Flores Nava?
Not at all.
Now, I want to go back to Stacy Exhibit 159C. Oh, sorry, 158.
58.
Looking at Stacy Exhibit 158C, do you see roughly the area or Macon Drive on this particular map?
I live in this area up here.
Okay. And roughly, not that you knew exactly where he walked from, but is that roughly that area of Macon Drive where 2233 or 2233 Macon Drive was, roughly over in that Macon Drive area?
Yeah, give or take. I mean, it's probably a block or two down from where you got the blue dots.
Okay. Block or two, which way?
Not a block or two. I guess headed towards, was that Mel Burton? Would have been maybe in the middle of the road down there.
Oh, wait, hold on 1 second. Let me wait for this bar. If you could show us again roughly where.
I would say in this area here somewhere.
Okay. And on the same day, on September 11, 2013, did you also have the occasion to interview Brian Ransom?
I did.
And was he able to provide you information that assisted with your investigation?
He was able to, yes.
Now, looking at after speaking with Mr. Nava Flores, did you, or Flora Nava, did you ever go to 2233 Macon Drive?
Yeah, I wanted to go there and see, get a feel for what he was talking about, where he came from.
And while you were down there, did you see or speak with anyone?
I did.
Who did you speak with?
Miss Courtney Bean.
And to your knowledge, who was Courtney Bean?
She told me, well, she was the wife of Adrian Bean.
And what, if anything, did you say to her about the investigation that you were currently working?
I was working a police shooting, and I had some questions about her husband's involvement.
Okay. Now, on September 11, 2013, did you canvass the area?
I did.
And what does it mean to canvass the area?
But, I had a lot of things going on. So I've got Velasquez doing the crime scene in 2745 Old Hayville. I've got Summer Benton, she's down there grinding at the scene at the laundromat. I got people at the hospital. What I wanted to do next was to get and knock on the doors of the people that actually live at the complex where the police shooting originated. And so it was during the afternoon hours. You strike out during those times of day a lot of time. I still want to knock on those doors to make sure someone didn't hear or see something I could use in this investigation.
And after canvassing the area, did you get any information that assisted you with your investigation?
It was sparse. I mean, I knocked on like 18 doors that were in close proximity to where Velasquez had been working his scene. People heard shots. People heard what they believed to be pops, things of that nature. That was good for my notepad, to know what I was dealing with. But I had no clear-cut witnesses that saw anything pertinent to the shooting.
Now, after canvassing the area and speaking to witnesses, did you inspect any of the vehicles that were involved in the shooting?
I did a visual inspection of that burgundy Nissan that was rammed into the laundromat.
Okay. And did you see anything of note or of evidentiary value within those vehicles? Within that vehicle, excuse me.
Yeah, this burgundy Nissan that crashed into the laundromat, because I got a detective on it, I was doing a quick peek. I saw a firearm in the front passenger floorboard area. I saw 2 more automatic firearms in the back seat right behind the driver and the floorboard. It was bloody cash on the ground, significant damage to the front of the vehicle. And so at that point, I was going to rely on my detective, Benton in this case, just to kind of give a deep dive into that scene, and she would get back to me.
Outside of seeing the gun in the passenger seat and the 2 guns in the back seat, did you notice any other ballistic evidence in the car?
Well, I saw what I believe to be a hole in the headrest of the front seat, passenger. Now, I don't know if it was old or new, but there was a corresponding busted out vent window on the rear passenger. So my experience is telling me a bullet probably came through here and went through that headrest.
And sorry.
I'm sorry, that was it.
And at that time, did you do anything to determine whether or not there was a path at that time on September 11, 2013?
Not at that time. I just need this detective to work that scene for me. I was going to, in my mind, go back in a controlled environment and probably rod out the hole. When I say rod out the hole, I was going to take something that looks just like this, stick it through the hole and see if it corresponds with that busted vent window in the back rear passenger side, and then take a picture of it. But I was going to do that later.
Let me ask you this. When you canvassed the area, you talked about people who noticed or heard some things. Did you take those people's names down and notate that for your records?
Yeah, I put their names down. The ones that answered the door, they gave me their names just to show that I was there. Jotted down some notes of what they may have seen or heard. I'm sorry, heard, because I had no eyewitnesses.
And let me ask you this. During your investigation, did any patrol officers, detectives, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, anyone from Zone 3 or any other department ever advise you of any surveillance footage from the laundromat that had any evidentiary value?
No.
During your investigation, did Detective Summer Benton, who you assigned to process 126 Cleveland Avenue, ever advise you that a patrol officer, detective, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, or any major from Zone 3 or any other department gave her any information about surveillance footage from the laundromat that had any evidentiary value?
No.
Now, after going to the scene and interviewing individuals at the scene, did you ever interview anyone else not at the scene?
Yes.
Who?
Derek Dotson.
Where did you interview Derek Dotson?
I did it at the homicide office that same day.
And what was his demeanor when you interviewed him?
He was lucid. He was clear. He gave me information about what happened to him.
Was he able to tell you, and don't tell me what he said, but was he able to tell you if money was taken from him?
Yes.
You're right, I'm asking if he was able to tell him that, not what he said.
I'm over the objection on both the grounds, Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp. You may answer the question, Detective.
Was he able, not what he said, but was he able to provide that information?
Yes, he was.
When you interviewed Derek Dotson, to your knowledge, did Detective A.B. Calhoun observe that interview?
Yes, he did.
With Detective Calhoun, to your knowledge, was he responsible with inventorying that money that you said was found on the ground outside of that red car?
He was.
Okay. And after you spoke with Derek Dotson, was Investigator Calhoun able to tell you how much money he inventoried?
Yes.
How much money did he inventory?
$970 cash.
And your Honor, Detective Calhoun did testify previously. Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you have Detective Velasquez assist you in interviewing a Detective A.C. Booger Higgins?
I did.
And as a part of your investigation, did you learn a description, was A.C. Booger Higgins able to give you a description of, let me back that up. What was your understanding of A.C. Booger Higgins' role in this investigation?
Her role was, she was in the car occupied by Detective Roberson L., who was a front seat passenger, and another detective by the name of
Yes, Mr. Steele. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a comfort break? Let's take about 10 minutes, and Detective Quinn will go ahead and let you take a comfort break as well. Don't discuss testimony anybody except the attorneys in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back in 10 minutes. All rise. All right, we're going to recess. Get your hands, everybody back, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, all yours,
Yes, sir.
ready? All right. All right, I'm not yours.
All right, Cedric. Marshall is the president of the
All right, thank you, Deputy Ham. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Quinn, when we left off, we were getting ready to speak about Detective Booker Higgins, but before I do that, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Stacy Exhibit 108C. When we reference Derek Dodson, that's the individual that you met with at the homicide unit.
Yes,
Well, minus the black screen across his face.
I recognize.
Just okay. Now going back to Detective Booker Higgins, what was your understanding of her involvement in this case?
She was on scene at the time when Detective Robinson discharged his firearm.
Right. And when you had Detective Velasquez speak with Booker Higgins, did she provide a description of a driver of the vehicle that was involved in this incident?
She did, yes.
Okay. And what was the description that was given
She gave a description.
Yep. Your Honor, Detective Booker Higgins has already testified, so it's not here.
Said it was a.
I overrule the objection, sir. I overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead. What was the?
She said it was a female driver.
Okay. And did that female driver have any particular hair color?
I think she said pink. I'm not really sure. I can't remember exactly. But
Now, at this point in your investigation, were you now looking for a woman as a part of this underlying assault that you were investigating?
absolutely.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you also have the occasion to interview a Leonard Pass?
I did.
And was he able to give you information that assisted with your investigation?
He did.
Now, permission to approach? Yes, they should have seen these already in discovery. And I believe I sent them to them previously, Your Honor. These are definitely on the discovery. From the crime scene pictures. Yes. Shoot. Shoot. I'm going to show you what the mark Exhibit 111 and 112C. Do you recognize Exhibit 111 and 112C?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 111 and 112C?
That's the area that I had a photograph. I had a crime scene tech come out and take pictures. That's my left hand pointing to a little dot on the ground there.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of the image or the area that you had a crime scene tech take a picture of back in September of 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time to say like Tennessee Exhibit 110 and 111 into evidence. I mean, and 112, I'm sorry. Excuse me, 111 and 112 into evidence.
Any objection to stage 110 or 111?
No, and it's 111 and 112, Your Honor, my apologies.
Stage 111 and 112?
Yes.
Stage 111 and 112 were admitted and published.
Thank you, Your Honor. You could publish. I'm going to actually first start with what has already been admitted, Exhibit 110C. Looking at Exhibit 110C, do you recognize what's in Exhibit 110C?
Yeah, that's Somerdale Commons.
Okay. And now looking at Exhibit 111C. And looking at 112C. Is that your hand that you were just referencing that's pointing at something in the ground?
That's me. Yeah.
What exactly were you pointing at the
That
ground?
was what was believed to be impact from a projectile from a gun, a bullet.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you ever attempt to speak with yourself, either Frederick Prothrow and Walter Murphy?
Yes.
And were you able to speak with them?
No.
During the course of your investigation, did you ever meet with the owner of the red car that was used in the armed robbery?
Yes.
And if you can recall, about when in your investigation did you meet with her?
I know it was a couple of weeks after, I'm going to say the latter part of September 24th or 25th, maybe.
Okay. And I said her, do you recall what her name was?
Maricela Cisneros.
And was she able to tell you information about her vehicle? Was she able to give you information about her vehicle, specifically who she had let borrow her car?
She was.
Now, during the course of your investigation, I think you talked about earlier going to do the rotting of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever actually do that with the car?
I did.
And when did you do that? Do you recall?
I don't remember the date. I know it was within the week. I had the car sent to what's called the homicide cage, a protected area we put vehicles in for further processing. My goal was to understand that hole in that passenger side front seat headrest.
Did you, when you processed the vehicle, did you, or did the rotting in the vehicle, did you find any shell casings within that vehicle?
I did not.
Mr. Steele? And understanding what you knew at the time that you processed your vehicle, was that a surprise for you that you did not find any shell casings inside?
I mean, it wasn't a surprise. I mean, shell casings are fickle. You don't know where they're going to go. You don't always find them.
Okay. In a moment, I'll be showing some pictures that I've already shown the defense counsel, but I'm re-showing to them again. Commissioner Pro Shawanda?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's already been shown the defense counsel 161 through 174C. You can take a moment and look through 161 through 174C.
Okay, I'm done.
I'm looking at Exhibit 161C through 174C. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yeah, that's that burgundy Nissan Altima that was in the homicide cage that I wanted to get those rods through.
And are those pictures of the vehicle at the homicide cage?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those pictures appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the car at the homicide cage when you went to process or do the rod out of that vehicle?
Yes.
You're right. This time to say like the tender state exhibit 161C through 174C into evidence.
Any objection to six 161C through 174C? On behalf of Mr. Lager, hearing no further objections, approval 161 Charlie through 174 Charlie, and then be published as you see.
Thank you, Your Honor. Looking at State Exhibit 161C, if you could just orient the jury as to what we're looking at in State Exhibit 161C.
This is just a front view of the car that made impact with 126 Cleveland at the Coin Laundry.
And let me ask you this, how does the car get from the Coin Laundry to the homicide cage?
A wrecker, a city contracted wrecker service.
And is that the record that you were referencing or talking about when we listened to the Nava Flores interview when you asked him, is that the red car on the record right there?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. Now, going to 162C. Is that appear just to be another angle of the vehicle inside the homicide? What's in State Exhibit 162C?
No, it's just the front end view of where that vehicle made impact with the laundromat.
All right. 163?
That's the rear trunk compartment of the same vehicle and a rear view.
All right. And looking at 163C, is the top of the trunk on the car? The actual roof of the trunk?
I don't see where it is. I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
Looks like it's just off.
Looking at State Exhibit 164C. What are the jurors looking at 164C?
This is that area of concern for me. Again, I'm investigating the actions of a police officer using deadly force. That's what my mind is. That vent window, the rear passenger view is what I'm concerned with and how it may correspond with that headrest of that front seat. I got a man shot in the back. I got to explain that.
Okay. And looking at State Exhibit 165C.
That's a closer view of that same rear passenger vent window. You can also see the airbag deployed from the driver's side.
166. See?
That's another view. We're getting closer. You can see that defect to the right side of that headrest. That's my area of concern. That's a through and through hole, and that was of paramount concern to me at the time.
Now looking at 167C.
That's going to be the rear passenger compartment of that burgundy Nissan owned by Ms. Cisneros. You can see blood transfer. There's some items on the floor.
Now, at the time, did you request for any testing or anything to be done with the blood that was in the backseat of that vehicle?
Not the blood, no.
Why not?
I didn't think it was. I mean, I knew I had a shot person in the back seat, so I wasn't going to send off to the GBI to make sure that was blood. I mean, they don't, you know. Anyway.
All right. 168C. What are we looking at 168C?
Well, this is a very rudimentary, not very scientific. It's just a brother taking the stick. That's all I did, and running it through that hole because I'm trying to tell this story. I'm working this deadly force case. And I want to make sure that was going to be a path of a possible bullet fired by the Atlanta police.
And at the time when you're doing this, did you have information of the officer shooting into or in the direction of the vehicle?
Based off his statement, the way he broke it down, I had a pretty good idea exactly what happened.
Looking at State Exhibit 169C. What are we looking at State Exhibit 169C?
This is going to be an interior view of the same information, those rods. I've actually got them now going through, showing the trajectory, which corresponds with the wound that the 6'8" Mr. Frederick Prothro had to his back. Thank God the brother was 6'8", or it would have been in his head.
And outside of that bullet hole in the vehicle, did you notice any other bullet holes within the vehicle?
I did not.
Okay. Looking at State Exhibit 170C.
It's another closer view showing the trajectory. That hole where it originates at the rear of that headdress, it's actually coming through. And I believe that is the wound that Mr. Frederick Prothro received from the Atlanta police.
Looking at State Exhibit 171C, is that just another close-up?
That's just another of the same.
All right. 172.
It's a closer view of the rod actually coming through the headdress.
And 173. And again, 174.
173 is also the very same thing. 74 is that's me actually holding it. Very unscientific, but just trying to tell a story.
Now, you talked about not finding any shell casings. I want to go back to State Exhibit 167C for a moment. Now, when you were at the homicide cage, were you able to observe this vehicle in this condition as it is in this picture?
Yes.
Okay, how tall are you?
6'1".
Looking at that photo and your personal observation of looking at that vehicle, are you able to fit in the backseat of that car?
Yeah, it'll be crunched, but I'll be back there.
All right. Now, when you got to the homicide cage, was this the condition that you found that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know, or to your knowledge, were there items in the car prior to you seeing it at the homicide cage?
On the 126 Cleveland Avenue address, there were 3 firearms that were of particular concern to me, which I had collected by the officer I delegated, or the detective, Summerbeck, to collect.
Do you recall? I'm gonna show you. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit, not State's, Defense Exhibit JW 158, 59, 160, I believe it's going to be through 169. Sure. And I actually may need Mr. Kokomo. he has to. I'm gonna show you, and then Mr. Kokomo can help. I need the JW Exhibit 157. Looking at Exhibit 157, do you recall seeing those items while you were back at the crime scene, like on September 11th?
I don't remember seeing them. I mean, and I wasn't looking for them. Honestly, I mean, I delegated that out. Had a lot going on. Those guns were of importance to me at the time.
And this is that you delegate out to summer back.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do it all. You've got to depend on the people you work with to actually, execute what you need them to do. I'm in the fog of investigation. I need help, like anybody else.
So I want to look at 157. Looking at Exhibit 157, can you describe for the jury how that toolbox is positioned? Is it laying flat on the seat, or is it kind of raised up a little bit?
It looks like the front end of it is on the seat, and then it's propped up against the back of the back seat. It's like the driver's side back seat.
And is the blood underneath the toolbox?
Yeah, I see some transfer of what appears to be blood, yeah.
And to your knowledge, do you have any idea how the items got on the seat, or those items were actually in the toolbox prior to this picture being taken?
I don't know anything about that.
All right. That's it. Thank you so much. Items such as that, would you have had those processed or taken to the GBI crime lab to be processed?
I wouldn't.
Why not?
I didn't feel they had anything to do with the case I was investigating, which paramount concern is the officer's use of deadly force. I had a good idea of what happened in that scene. We don't just send arbitrary items to the GBI for testing. That's a call I made. They can blame me, but I didn't think they were relevant.
Now, before we move on to the next scene, what you testified so far is a couple of things that.
Testimony. I'm on the
When did this incident occur?
9/11/2013.
During the course of your investigation, did you get jail calls in this case?
I did.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what are jail calls.
Jail calls are information stored on some server at the jail for anyone incarcerated that makes phone calls.
And how does an individual who's incarcerated make those jail calls? Do they have a PIN number? What's the process?
I don't know how they make the call, but I know how we can listen to them as law enforcement.
Okay. How do you all listen to them as law enforcement?
So there's an app that they gave us access to. When I say they, I'm talking about the police department, the Atlanta police. At that time, you could actually punch in and listen to people in real time almost with your cell phone. It was that far advanced. You could listen to specific conversations based off the name of the inmate.
And when you listen to those calls, do you know if they are in an area called booking or if they're in general population? Are you able to determine that from the phone calls?
I can't determine it from where I sit. As I recall 10 years ago, I just know that, usually when people are talking, you can.
Your Honor, cause for speculation. One second, sir. I stand.
Have you had the occasion to have or listen to calls that individuals make when they first get into the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And then listening to more calls once they've been in jail and maybe have gone to the general population?
Yes.
Now, in this case, when did you pull jail calls in this case? For what date range?
Well, I wanted 9/11. If that, that's the first significant data that sticks out that I wanted to see if there were any calls.
At the time of 9/11, how many people out of the 3 that you said were detained were actually taken to the Fulton County Jail?
Just one.
Who was that?
Adrian Bean.
And did you pull the jail calls for Mr. Adrian Bean?
I did.
When did you actually start listening to the jail calls?
It was several days. I think around the 16th, if I'm not mistaken.
Would you have put that date in your police report?
Yes.
We're looking at a copy of your police report, help refresh your memory as to when you started listening to jail calls.
Okay.
Okay, is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Steele? I'm trying to copy the report for refresh. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 178C. Just flip through that, tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 178C.
Yeah, I recognize this as my supplementals.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your supplementals regarding this case, the officer involved shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, we're looking at a copy that helped refresh your memory as to the date in which you started listening to jail calls.
Okay.
And I'll specifically direct your attention to page 30 of 47. At the top and at the bottom, it might say 42.
It said 47.
30 of 47.
30 of 47.
And I apologize, it might be 32 of 47.
This one, for whatever reason, is out of order. Went back to 20. Let me see, hold on. It might be me, hold on. User error, I'm sorry, hold on, here we go. Yeah, 9/16/13.
And when you started listening to jail calls on 9/16/13, did you get calls that were in between these dates?
I don't remember, I don't remember that.
Would it be safe to say that any calls you would have heard would have had to happen before you listened to
Oh,
them?
yeah, absolutely.
So roughly between 9/11. In preparation for this case today, have you had an opportunity to listen to some of those jail calls that you pulled back in September of 2013?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And listen to those calls. Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the calls that you pulled back in September of 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
And did there appear to be any additions or deletions to those calls that were made, that you pulled back in September 2013?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to show Detective Quinn Exhibit 175, which contains calls A through C. Your Honor, State's Exhibit 175A was already admitted yesterday. State's Exhibit 175 Charlie Alpha was already admitted yesterday, Your Honor. What is State's Exhibit 175 Charlie Bravo is actually a duplication of Defense Exhibit 205. So they've already been admitted. The other 3 calls, Your Honor, will be new exhibits, which would be State Exhibits 175, Charlie Delta Echo.
You guys seem to have confidence Alpha through Echo.
Yes, 175 Charlie Alpha through Echo.
Any objection? I just have one moment with, yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yes. They are all the calls that are on those that, not all of them, they are. Just because they were all in one CD, so I didn't know you were putting it in. So when he listened to them last week, it's prior to me knowing you were putting it in. So I had already labeled it.
Yes, sir. Probably do not raise an objection, but the prosecutor's going to figure out which jail calls, if there's more, going to put in additional 3, tell us which ones they are. Like we reserved last week.
I did identify 2 of the 3 that are the newer calls that have not been admitted. I identified one, and I'll call it, for the purposes of this, the chicken call, because it stands out because she's talking about cooking fried chicken. The second call after that is a call where she's at the baseball game, and that's very identifiable. It is the third call that I advised that I will I would ask the court if we could take a brief break so I can just identify which call that is so that they can know. But I've identified that 2 of the 3 calls.
Do you have any objections to the baseball or chicken call? Absolutely. I know it's not just one. You have your read with you? Okay, well, why do I need more time? Because. Okay, because you said to let you know. The issue comes up. Okay, but do you have any specific objections to those 2 calls? Not the third one, that we're gonna need to take a break on, as I told you. I may have, I may not, but you're going to, you told me to let you know. So I told you. All right, follow your direction. Mr. Steele, please don't try to engage me in conversation. You're not prepared. Because if you prepared, you'd have told me, you invited this conversation. I didn't. I asked you if you were ready. If you were ready, you say, yes, Judge, I'm ready. I have to do those two calls. Now, if you're not ready, then go ahead and just tell me you're not ready, and we'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and we'll figure out something else to do. But if you have any other basis, then tell me. You instructed me. I raised this already. You know exactly what I'm talking about. No, actually, no. Then we need to ask the jurors, likely legal cycle reflection. How long is this third call? They're all 15, 20 minutes.
Right, and I will say for the third call, Your Honor, really as it relates to this particular incident, there's only 2 relevant areas from 00 to 1 minute, and then 3 minutes and 50 seconds to 6:40 are the only relevant parts, I believe, for this particular matter.
Are you going to want all of the third call to be played? I tell you what, how long is the third call?
So all the calls, Mr. Steele is correct. All the calls are approximately 15 minutes, and the state does intend to play all 5 calls.
Your time, as much time as you want. I'm just going to refresh your memory. No, I'm talking about the third. I'm talking about the third call. But I need the court instructed me. I don't know why we're doing this. The court instructed me to help the court. That's what I'm doing. When it comes up, that's what you instructed. So I'm following what you asked me to do. Now you're acting like I'm not prepared. I'm very. All right, I tell you what, will 20 minutes be sufficient for you to review your drawings? Prepared? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 20 minutes, and after that, we'll come back and continue the we'll see in 20 minutes. Okay?
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The detective will see you in 20 minutes, okay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Your Honor.
Do I need to listen to the call?
You don't, but during this break. When we come back, we'll just want to know a decision about the transcript, because we do have a transcript for the first call. And that was the one we gave to him yesterday. So just a decision
Well, I
about.
thought you were going to take more time for that because.
They have not looked at it. Okay, never mind. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, okay. We're in recess about 20 minutes.
I have a motion.
In regards to what, sir?
Your comment. I have a motion.
Okay, what's your motion?
This is the second time that this honorable court in front of the jury has addressed me inappropriately and wrongly. Second time. The first time I gave the state discovery of a song from a Super Bowl weeks before, there was an objection. You assumed that I didn't give it to the state. I didn't want to embarrass the court. So you were yelling at me and saying, do you understand me? Do you understand me? And instead of saying, do you understand that you're wrong? I sat here and I said, yes, Your Honor. That was to protect the integrity of this courtroom and the court. Now you say in front of the jury how unprepared I am. I am not unprepared for anything.
Okay,
I have
Mr.
no.
Steele,
I need to make
Mr.
a
Steele,
record.
please.
Your Honor, I
Mr.
need
Steele,
to
wait a
make
second.
this record.
When you keep delaying, okay, and that's what's happening to the court. You keep delaying and elongating and pushing out these particular our ability to present a seamless case in front of the jury. That's my purview as a judge. And I've asked you a number of times, you and your colleagues on both sides, to go ahead and listen to whatever it is you need to do, prepare me as needed. Now, I asked you those two particular questions because if they turned over the audio to you in discovery and you've listened to them already, then you either have an objection or you don't have an objection. And I was trying to solicit from you whether or not we could just go ahead and just hear it. So you can imagine my frustration because all these little delays just elongate out our presentation in front of the jury. That's for your benefit, not for mine, Your Honor. So that's why I've told you all at various times during this particular case. It's not because I want to embarrass you, Mr. Steele. It's just that I'm trying to kind of keep this thing presented in a way that the jury can listen to it.
And the court is wrong.
Okay,
What happened was, let me finish, and I'm making this for the record. What happened is, and I don't get embarrassed by you, but I don't want to embarrass you. I made an objection that some of these jail calls have a third party who will not testify. I objected to hearsay. The state said it explains the effect.
Okay, which call? Which call?
These calls, as you.
Okay, well then why aren't we taking them up beforehand?
The state just said just now, these are the 3 additional calls that they want to introduce.
All right. Well, then here's your response. I'm going to give you an acceptable response.
Well, I'm going to make my motion.
Huh?
I need to make my motion.
Judge, there's more to this than we need to listen to these calls.
Right.
Then I would have put, no, you didn't say that though. So I wouldn't have had that opportunity. But that's why I keep telling you this. Okay. I mean, like I told you, forewarned judge, a happy judge. All right. So had you just told me up front, Judge, we have not had the opportunity to listen to all of those calls. We've only been able to listen to 2. I want to listen to the other ones. And
I've listened to the calls. I know. I don't know what the third one they're trying to do.
Okay, well,
listen, let me just finish. So you presuppose I don't know what the calls are. Well, I don't know what the third call is because Ms. Hilton, who's professional, said, I'll take a break and I'll let you know what it is. But the other 2 calls are the baseball game and at the chicken, they're discussing chicken wings. Or chicken. I understand those calls. There's issues in those calls that you need to address. But I politely make an objection and say, Your Honor, based upon what you told me, which is what you told me, we'll take it up later. I wanted to raise it. You tell in front of the jury how unprepared I am. And let me tell you something. I am not unprepared. I don't appreciate the court telling me that. And you don't, and I asked you, tell the jurors that you were wrong when you admonished me last time. You said you wouldn't do that. This is the second time. And you know what it does to me? I don't care. I'm hurt because you're a court, but I really don't care. But what does it do to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Steele, I'm not trying to personally insult you or hurt your feelings, okay? You are a grown professional advocate. I'm a grown professional jurist. And people say things to me that border on the lines of I could take action or not. You have certainly said some of those things to me during the trial of this case. I have let them go. So, sir, that's just the trial. That's just the trial of the case, okay?
No, but that man's life is here.
And you know you're doing a fine job in representing him. Well, but you know what? That's just the way we are right now. But the crux of the issue is, Mr. Steele, and the representatives from the state and everybody else. What happens right now is I have to take a break in order to vet all of these issues, which I'm required to do, Mr. Steele. And that's what is kind of disappointing to me because I have given you all this administrative time, all these breaks to go ahead and do this, and this is what delays the presentation of this case in front of the jury.
You know, if I would have done what the state did and I'm not poking anything at Ms. Hilton, you would have said to me, why didn't you share those calls with him before? What, you were out all day today. We didn't start court till 1 o'clock. I would have shared them.
I know you would have.
But the state didn't. I'm not poking fun because I can deal with it. But when the
you know
court
what?
then steps
But
in,
here's the problem. I have a problem with it because here's at the end of the day, I got to listen to a 15-minute call.
You don't have to listen to anything.
But
you have to make a ruling
yes,
on it.
but I have to listen to it in order to make the ruling on those. And even if you said you've listened to the chicken call and the baseball call, and if you say there's other issues that come into play, it's better for us to take those things up before I ask for that jury. And I could have done that this morning. I could have done that at another point in time. So, I mean,
I raised this issue to you, and I don't remember the date, but it was days ago. I raised it, and the court said, all right, understood, and we'll take that issue up when it comes. Now, what am I supposed to do? Okay. Sit there and say no objection?
No,
exactly right.
Not at all.
I said, Judge, it's an issue we need to take up.
Not at all.
And in addition to that, today alone, and this happens, today alone, the state introduced 2 exhibits. I've never been given them before, ever. You know what I did? No problem. No problem. Because I think that's professional. One was a Google map. It needs to be clarified for the record that it was not done on September 11, 2013. And then a map with little dots with 0.4 miles I've never seen before. But I didn't do anything, Your Honor. I want to move the case. But when the court, it gives me no pleasure in saying this. I believe that this honorable court is biased against Mr. Williams and or his counsel. And I ask you to consider recusing yourself or don't do this again to me. This is inappropriate to me. I respect you, but what am I supposed to do? Sit there while you do this? I didn't do anything wrong. I did exactly what you teach me to do and the courts teach me to do.
All right.
But instead, no, I got to finish this. Then I get told to this court says by Prosecutor Love that I'm not being candid with the court and I'm misrepresenting because Mr. Bean never went to the hospital at Grady on September 11, 2013, and Miss Love has a document on the desk to prove it. I sat right in front of Your Honor at the table, at the bench, and I said, I'd be careful what you say. That's not accurate. Ms. Love looked down on me and she said, it is accurate. You said, we'll take a break, figure it out. After the break, you didn't even bat an eye. Ms. Love said, yeah, I was totally wrong. Mr. Steele's right. He was taken to Grady. If I would have done that and called another member of the bar disingenuous, not truthful, no candor, and misrepresenting, you would have had me yelling in front of a jury. You did nothing. You didn't even ask Ms. Love to apologize. I don't want her apology. I don't care about Ms. Love, but I care about the court. And now if you can walk in someone else's shoes just for a minute and see what you're doing to Mr. Williams, because it's hurtful. I'm not the one wasting time. I'm here every day, ready to go. I am not wasting the time. I make a motion to ask you to please recuse yourself. I know it has to be in writing within 5 days. If you want me to do that, I'll do it. And it has to go to another judge. But this is what's going on, Your Honor, whether you see it or not. You're yelling at me in front of a jury for nothing. And then you won't apologize. And I did nothing wrong ever on these occasions or others.
I'm going to go ahead and address your motion at this point in time. I'm going to deny your motion at this point in time. And also just direct you that I have the responsibility to control the proceedings in this particular circumstance. Sometimes things get kind of heated, and that's that's the crucible and trial of any particular case. I am not in any way intimating or insinuating that you are not professional, you are not prepared, but the things that I am bringing up to both of you, and I have fussed at both sides for this particular issue of not being prepared in the sense of, and the only reason it affects the trial of the case is it makes the proceedings a lot longer than they should be, because all these things could be taken up. And sometimes if we've got to parse out all these things. As you can see right now, it takes time, and that's what I'm kind of concerned about, having been a jurist for a long time. So, I understand that you're a zealous advocate. You in no way offend me by raising any type of motion. I think you're doing I think that you and the others here are representing your clients well, but sir, I have to be able to control these proceedings. And you at times in these proceedings have not listened to what the courts told you, and I certainly could have explored other options. I didn't. So I'll tell you that much for what it's worth.
You allowed a member of the bar yesterday ask a witness who constantly is committing, respectfully, potentially perjury. Did Mr. Steele shut off and turn on the recording? I never did that. I wouldn't do that, and I didn't do that.
Okay, and but sir,
I would have said that question about another member of the bar, prosecution. You would have come over the bench and said, "How dare you?" I sat there and I said, "Outrageous." You denied the motion. I think 3 other people made motions to strike or to object. You denied it. Judge, I'm just telling you, the appearance, if not the reality, is not good here. I'm being—
What, to who?
To Mr. Williams.
Okay, but
maybe to the others. Maybe
you're his advocate, okay? And that separate issue of whether or not you did what you did, the state accused you of that. They have the right to at least inquire about whether or not that happened. Now, whether or not it happened or not, I'm not making any comment on it, but it goes to bias, it goes to motives to misrepresent.
So that never happened. No good faith.
But I'm not commenting on that. That's for the jury. That's for the jury to decide.
I asked a question about a missing recording that wasn't given of a statement made by Mr. Bean. And you know what you told me?
And I keep telling you.
Know what you told me? You said, does the state have it? They said no. You said, nothing I can do. I tried to cross on it. You sustained an objection.
Because it doesn't exist at this point in time. Now, if it exists at some point, I told you I'd say it. 1, I tell you, I apologize to you. And then 2, I'll take corrective action against the party or the entity that failed to give you that particular statement.
But the point is, everyone knows he spoke to the detective
But
beforehand.
we don't. That's the whole thing about it. You believe it. You honestly believe it, and that's true.
On September 17th, 2013, on recording, Mr. Bean tells that to Detective Quinn. How is that far-fetched? Why would he ever say that? I lied to the other detective. Why would he ever say that? I mean, logic has to come into this courtroom at times. But you stop me from doing it, but you allow another lawyer make up that I'm stopping and starting a recording. And he says, well, I don't recall. I don't remember anything.
Here's the thing, that's why probably Miss Love asked me to put it under seal for the time being. But I mean, I'm not saying anything, but if true, that's a pretty serious accusation.
If true, I'll die right now. How about that, Judge Glanville?
Your Honor, I object to this.
I don't care about her objection. I'm speaking with the court.
Your Honor, I object.
I'm speaking with the court.
Okay.
I'm speaking
Let
with
him
the
finish,
court.
and then you can state your.
My point is, if you don't see what's going on, it's because you're not viewing it out of the lens
But
of a juror.
Mr. Steele, I can't do that. I have to be the referee. So the jury decides those particular issues of believability and credibility. Now, I'm not getting into the throes of war between you and the state. That's your business, and that is certainly
nothing to do with a throw war.
No, but I mean, it's your ability as an advocate. I told you before, that's your ability as an advocate. All right.
What I'm saying is, you said in front of this jury, I was unprofessional. I am not unprofessional. You were wrong.
I think at that particular point in time, given the totality of what happened, that's what the court's assessment was. Sir, I am.
But it was wrong.
It's a snippet in time. Mr. Steele, you're a very good attorney, but I'm a professional jurist, and you may not like some of the rulings that I make, and you may not like the way that the trial is going at a particular point in time. That's for all advocates. Miss Love and her colleagues I've told them the same thing. But I think that, my job as the referee is to give you a fair trial. And that's what I'm going to do.
Well, I hope that's true. But you just told the jury I'm unprepared. And I am prepared. I don't understand why you would say that.
Both of you, and I'll level this against the state. Both of you, that's being unprepared, because that I have to then listen to this to rule on it.
I understand, but I'm the only one that the jurors here, the court, take ire with. Ever. Without an apology, without.
Oh, I think I've taken Miss Love and Miss Hilton and her colleagues to task many times.
No, I've heard you yell.
I've taken them to task as well.
I've heard you say to her, "Stop interrupting me."
Oh, that's taking them to task.
The jurors never heard that, ever. So, I asked for a continuing recusal motion, and I know it's not in writing, but I assume that you're ruling on it right now. That's what you're saying.
Well, when you got to put it in writing, but I mean, I'll rule on it at this point in time. I'm going to deny them. I'm going to deny the motion, but you need to put it in writing if that's what you wish to do, and I'll appropriately.
I'm also asking for a mistrial based upon your statements. I think I made that clear, but I'm asking for a mistrial.
Okay, now, Ms. Love.
I don't think it's a fair forum for Mr. Williams.
Okay.
And I don't want to ask for a mistrial, but I have no choice when the court is saying what it said, that I'm not going to repeat it in front of a jury. That's hurtful. And I'm not saying me. I mean, regardless of what I think of it, it's hurtful to Mr. Williams getting a fair trial.
All right, Mr. Steele, in terms of what I've told you all already, we're still going through the, I've told you all, both sides have told you. So this just delays the trial. I mean, where I've got to rule upon other things.
Well, I made this motion whenever I made it, and I raised it, and you said we'll get to it.
Yeah, but it's timing. I mean, did you raise it when we first got in here this afternoon? Did you raise it yesterday? Did you raise it kind of so I could kind of take it at that point in time? None of you did.
If I would have been told that there were going to be 3 additional jail calls, I could have raised it. The 2 others are already in. I didn't object.
All right. Okay. All right. Ms. Love?
Your Honor, just the state would ask that the court deny the motion for mistrial. The state has provided to the defense these jail calls. We have actually requested more than once what portions are objectionable, what portions do they not want us to play. We have sent them to the defense in a format that they can listen to them offline without having to have the actual CD in. We have had them converted for them. The objection that we got initially was put to the call that Mr. Steele essentially put in by playing the recording of the interview that Detective Quinn did with Adrian Bean. And the whole jail recording that was played during that interview was State's Exhibit 175, Charlie Alpha. So the portion that they initially said that they objected to, that third-party portion, and we had a motion on it, they actually introduced by playing the call, the interview with Detective Quinn. I have said to them, I'm certain that Ms. Hilton has communicated with them via email that we are using the jail calls. And I know I personally have asked, what do you object to? So at this point, I'm not certain why there is this motion. I object to the language that is used. I'll die if the court does this. Your Honor, the court is well aware of the times that the state has received reprimand, both in front of and out of the presence of the jury. I'm not certain where that's coming from. I would ask that the court, of course, the court has already ruled, but the notion that there is a bias, I'm not certain even where that's coming from, given the amount of tongue lashings we've received from the court on the state side. So I would just object to the defendant being granted a mistrial. And I state for the record that the portion that they identified for us that they objected to regarding the jail calls was entered through their cross-examination of the witness, Adrian Bean. Thank you.
What about the sealed document? Mr. Steele is raised or made an issue of at this point.
With relation to the sealed document, that was a memorandum of the interaction that a lieutenant with the district attorney's office had with a party as it relates to Mr. Steele's interaction with that party, unsolicited, after walking out from the stand. That party made comments to members of the district attorney's office. The state asked that party, and we did not assume facts that were not in evidence. We asked, unlike the question, why did you do this? Or why did you do that? Which would assume facts that were not in evidence. We asked the open-ended question with a good faith basis for doing so, and with an ability to impeach if there was a denial of having said it. So we didn't make that up out of whole cloth. We wanted to make certain that all parties on the defense side had that random. And frankly, Your Honor, I think it is improper for anyone, for certainly any member of the bar, to stand up during the cross-examination, direct examination, and offer testimony essentially to a jury. So for Mr. Steele to stand up in the middle of my redirect of Adrian Bean and to say that did not occur, or preposterous or outlandish, is completely improper, disrespectful. The state has done nothing of the sort, and we would ask that Mr. Steele be reprimanded for doing so, and the court rightly did so. And to have him ask for an apology after he has been blatantly improperly acting before the jury, I don't know what else I could say. I would just ask that the court admonish counsel for testifying during trial. I have given the state, the court, the basis for the questions that I've asked, and I've never asked a question that assumes facts that are not in evidence. Unlike the question, why did you know that? Do you recall that? I didn't phrase my questions like that because I know not to do that, and I'm not gonna do that. And I don't want to improperly give the jury an impression of something that exists or that will be shown that I can't show them. So there is a real clear distinction in what Mr. Steele asked, implying, why did you give a statement at the hospital? And he keeps conflating what it is that is objectionable. He keeps asserting something so that everybody in the ethos is asking, oh, where is this interview? Where's this recording? He's never seen one. He doesn't have a good faith basis for asking for one. And yet he continues to put that question out there so that everyone in the universe has this idea, oh, the state is hiding something. Oh, the state destroyed evidence. Again, they sat there for a whole day asking witnesses about the destruction of evidence. There was no evidence that anybody destroyed any evidence, yet they stood there a whole day and asked someone about that. And then he asks a witness on the stand under the guise of impeaching him, do you recall that? Or didn't this happen? Or can you explain why the state would delete, or can you explain why the state failed to record your interview at the hospital? And he has no information that an interview at the hospital exists. So all of that, Your Honor, I don't know if Mr. Steele wants, to give an impression. I don't know. He's vigorously advocating for his client. That's what he is supposed to do. But I would ask that the court deny all of his motions. They are baseless. And I would ask, I've taken my licks from the court. We all have. And I'd ask that the court deny the motion for recusal. The court has made rulings that obviously the state hasn't agreed with. The court has made rulings that other people haven't agreed with. So this notion that somehow the court is biased, when as recently as a few days ago, I caught it hardest. It was played everywhere. I'd ask that the court just deny Mr. Steele's motions, all of them, out of hand.
All right. Ms. Hilton, do you have any explanation as to why this third call was just disclosed today? Is that true? Is Mr. Steele correct?
No, he is not, Your Honor. These calls have been turned over. As a matter of fact, I'm getting ready to send an email forward an email to defense counsel that shows when they asked us to have the calls converted because they could not hear it on a CD, they asked us to have these calls converted. Literally on January 5th, and I'm actually in the process of forwarding these calls. Mr. Smith sent these calls on January 5th, all of them. I believe a few weeks ago, and this is the email that I'm looking for, when this case was first going to happen, probably in December, when we were to disclose to defense counsel what media we were going to use, I believe in one of those emails, and that is what I am looking for, I told defense counsel, we're going to use all of the jail recordings. So this is not a surprise to them that we're using the jail calls. The only call that has ever been objected to is the first call that was played yesterday. They have not made an objection to any call. Now, they just want to know which of the 8 calls this is, then the state has no problem to do that. But to say that they just received the calls or they just learned about the calls, that is not true. They've known about the calls. Now, for me to identify this last call, I can do that. And I'm going to look for the email, or it might have been conversation in court, but when they asked, what media will you use? I think I said, we're going to use all the jail calls. And we're not actually using all the jail calls. We're going to use 5 of them. So this is not new evidence for defense counsel.
Sir.
About and maybe this will give a path moving forward that's a little bit more efficient, hopefully. There are thousands of jail calls in this case. So,
Your Honor,
hold on.
Not for this case, for Acts 5 to 7 specifically.
Okay, there are thousands of jail calls for this case. So they gave about 10, 12, however many jail calls. They're saying, I'm not going to dispute that. I don't have my computer in front of me. But it seems very inefficient to me that we're going to litigate, and you want us, the defense, to raise our objections to thousands or even 12 jail calls and suggest redactions for all these jail calls.
But when did you get the jail calls? When did they tell you? Didn't they tell you like within a week or two, like I asked before, that they were going to use these calls?
So, Your Honor, they just identified one is the chicken call. That's not how they are in discovery. So there's a cross-reference number. So we need to know exactly what call by the cross-reference number in discovery. There's nothing labeled chicken call. There's nothing.
All right, but listen, is there a certain number of calls for this particular type, for this particular act or acts? Yes or no?
I can't, I don't have the email in front of me. So
yes. Okay. So there's how many? 8, 10 calls? How many?
Your Honor, there's actually 8 calls and 2 of them were duplicates. And so in the email that I broke down
So in preparation, you know that if this particular act, which we've been dealing with for weeks, you only got about 12 calls to listen to, right?
So yes. So you would like us to proactively state our objections for every call and litigate, because they're not using every call.
Only if it becomes an issue, because if you all work it out, that's fine. I don't have any issue with that. But if it's going to be an issue, then I need to be able to vet it. I got to listen to the call. I got to listen to it. And if you say it's only going to take about 15 minutes or whatever, well, it may take longer than that. You see how long we've been out dealing with this issue. So that's what I mean by forewarned judge is a happy judge. So if we could take it up and I don't have to either have them sit in their headquarters, it's better for all of you.
I do not dispute anything you're saying, Your Honor. All I'm doing is suggesting that if last night or yesterday we were told tomorrow we plan on playing this call, and it wasn't the chicken call or the whatever call, it was whatever the number is in the discovery or on the email, then we would certainly, I would say it would be on us. But that's not exactly what happened. I just want you on, and I'm not trying to, I really like Ms. Hilton a lot, so I'm not even trying to argue with her or say she's done anything wrong. It's just, I think if we know a little bit in advance, and it's not just, the chicken call, then we would be in a better position to lodge our objections to you. Because right now they are, I assume they're getting the cross-reference numbers, so then I can bring those numbers to the defense table so we can pull up the exact calls that they want us to review. So that's kind of, I just wanted Your Honor to understand it's not as simple as just we didn't listen to the chicken call.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly. Mr. Williams, I believe, filed a motion in limine number 40. That was the only motion in limine that we had as it related to a jail call. And that was objecting to the third party information contained in jail call number 175, Charlie Alpha, again, that Mr. Steele introduced by playing the interview of that Detective Quinn conducted with Adrian B. So we have again turned over the 8. We can specifically give track 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of
CD 1, 2, or 3. We can give that information to them. The way that Ms. Hilton and Atkins noted and time hacked each of these calls references specific information in the call. That is the only reason Ms. Hilton identified it as such. But there were 8 calls. There is no other call within which the information she has spoken to the court and described the call using. There's no other call that has that information out of the only 8. So I'm not certain the reason for the reference to thousands of jail calls in this particular context. But, Your Honor, we have 8 jail calls here. We've turned over. We've asked, what do you object to? And the only thing that we've gotten was motion limiting number 40 from Defendant Williams.
All right. Anything else before we recess? I still gotta allow you to listen to the phone calls.
The facts got lost. The accurate facts, I've listened to all the calls, the relevant calls. I've listened to them all. I know what the chicken call is. I know what the baseball call is. The issue is there's third parties making statements of fact, introducing statement of fact. We argued this. The state's position was it's non-hearsay because it goes to the effect of Mr. Bean, who will be a witness. I dispute that. I believe it's hearsay. That was the issue.
Yes.
You said, we'll take it up.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm not saying I don't understand the parameters. The only call that issue is Madam President, District Attorney Hilton said, I don't remember what the third call is. I'll let you know on a break. I was comfortable with that. But I just want you, before these jail calls are being played, to make a ruling, because I waive it.
I need
whether
to
it's
hear
hearsay or
the
not.
call though.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's
all right.
what, that was my objection. That was it. And I did it in a manner that I thought was appropriate to say that we raised it. Your Honorable Court told me to let you know. And then we got here.
All right. All right, N105? Yes, sir. Okay, all right, they're both denied. I'll note your objection and the continuing objection, Mr. Harvey. All right, we're gonna take, did you have something, sir? Okay, we're gonna take 15 minutes so you can listen to the call, and we'll come back at that point in time, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Oh, Judge. That's why he's not here. Yeah, I saw him today. Huh? No, Ohio. He's heading up. I just sent him some money. What's I'll give it to you. All rise. Superior Court of Fulton County is now in session. Honorable Chief Judge Yuri Glanville presiding. Court come to order.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
All jurors are here.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram.
The clients are here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleef Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Let's see, Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Sharp. Good afternoon. All right. Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good afternoon. Okay. Mr. Huey, Mr. Matthews Jr. and Senior, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Harvey, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good afternoon. Okay, Messrs. Smith and Brown, good afternoon. Ms. Hilton, Mr. Atkins, and Ms. Lowe, good afternoon. All right. All right, anything I need to take up before Mr. Bean comes in? Okay, anybody else? All right, can we bring Mr. Bean in, please? All right, sir, summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. All right. Mr. Bean, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, you're still under oath, sir. All right,
Sir.
Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. With the state's permission or assistance and the court's permission, Your Honor, I believe that we are playing state's exhibit number 176. Thank you. Thank you. 176CA. And I believe we stopped, Your Honor. I have 12024. It'd be 12023, sir. May we play that exhibit?
Rammed the cop's vehicle trying to leave. Did you know you hit it? You did not know you hit the cop vehicle. The cop bumped you. So is it fair to say that they tried to block you in to stop you from leaving? Do you think that happened? I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah, they probably did.
And why didn't you stop? Did you know they were police? Come on, this everybody out there saying the police were trying to get y'all to stop. Did you know those were police you were fleeing from?
At the point of the time, sir, I didn't know because I did not see a uniform cop.
Who did you see in the car that pulled in front of your car? Y'all are nose to nose.
I seen two females.
Two
I
females.
seen two females. That's all I seen.
And you running from two females? You worried about two?
I'm getting out.
Come on, keep player to player, pimp to pimp.
I'm getting out.
You think that these females trying to hit a lick on you or something?
I ain't say that. I'm saying.
Did you think maybe they were cops?
I'm thinking maybe when this car stop right here, I don't know if they going this building, one of these buildings. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm going around.
But you know they trying to stop you from leaving. You know that. Yes or no?
I feel the bump.
Do you think they're trying to stop you from leaving that scene? Where the gunfire was?
I think that I'm going around a car that's still moving, and this car here just all of a sudden don't even see me.
So you
It just hit me anyway.
You never saw the uniformed cop?
I ain't see no police officer.
Did you hear any commands?
I ain't heard no freeze, get out, let me see. I ain't hear none of that.
None of that, okay.
I ain't heard no shots go off by no police officer.
How many shots, and I don't want to interrupt you, you finished? You finished with that statement?
Yeah, I ain't hear no shots go off by no police officer.
How many shots did you hear? Did anybody in the car mention that was the police? Anybody? You got 4 people in the car.
Fred, nobody. I ain't said nobody. They go 12 shouted, nothing.
Okay. You know, this is an interesting situation, man. Y'all went through that yard, hit all them tricycles and shit. Could have been kids on them bikes, man.
I could have lost my own life.
My God, you could have.
At the time,
y'all could have landed. Y'all cleared a police car. There was a police car back under that wall. Y'all just missed it. They were just sitting there. They had nothing to do with that shit up on the hill. They were just sitting there. Thank Jesus, Allah, the Dalai Lama, everybody spiritual. Y'all didn't land on that car. Then, it would have been a different situation. It wasn't meant for you to, catch that kind of weight. But, you seem like an older brother. Why you got involved with these young, and you say it to your wife over and over again when I listen to it. Why you get involved with these young motherfuckers, man? I mean, they don't care about going down the road. They can't wait to get down there. That's my feeling. They can't wait. That's the same. I got a ring like that. They can't wait to get down there, man. You already know what this shit's about, what life's all about. You are in love. These young jokers only be in love with themselves and their homeboys. They'll never know how to love.
See, I don't bang.
I know you don't bang. You're a family man. You got your kids in football. You're active in the school. I did my research on you. You're a good dude, but and I appreciate your honesty about coming clean on this robbery, because it's a robbery. Y'all robbing somebody who, I don't know much about this brother, but he's not supposed to get robbed, no matter what kind of joker he is. It's kind of messy. So I'm gonna let your wife know everything that's going on, if that's okay with you. If not,
yeah, you can let her know.
Because I'm not done yet. I still gotta go talk to them fools again. I hate to call them fools, but young people scare the fuck out of me. I mean, these young boys in the street these days, they don't care about a whole lot. And it really bothers me.
You, man. I just want to give you my story. I know I bullshit around with my family a lot. You know what I mean? I bullshit around with the story a lot. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure I told you pretty much everything.
This sounds like the truth. You're the driver. You really cleared something up for me, the thug. And I got to go out here and find a picture of this joker. Because it's important, because I don't think he should get away with it if he was in the car. You're not making this up. Thug was in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let me
Now I can't testify, I can't do none of that now,
All right, you ain't gotta testify, that's on you.
Put me on blast front street.
Well, that's not what I do. What I do is I'm trying to go slow and get all the information I need in relation to you, right? That's all I'm talking about. But the other people involved, I mean, it sounds to me like Thug got you all involved. I mean, I know you're a grown man and everything, but he came down here with an easy way to make money, it sounds like. And it went, who knew the police were gonna be there? Y'all scared the shit out of the police too now. I don't think we don't get scared. We get scared too. We don't run the gunfire all happy about that shit. These cops ran toward what they heard was gunfire. They got to save the good citizens, the bad citizens, everything in between. They don't have a choice. They can't bitch out when it gets hot. That was a hot little scene. They stood up and stayed there. A lot of cops would have rolled the fuck out and reevaluated. Those 3 police officers, they were detectives. They went. Nobody knew it was up, but y'all were just trying to go get somebody who you believed had cash.
Nobody knew what up but me going to jail, telling my wife what went on. And I mean,
was Fred happy about going to this thing or what? I mean, why did he go to this thing?
I can't tell you about Fred. I mean,
Okay, what did he say anything?
with Fred,
Because he had a chance to stay back at the trap.
when Fred was on, you know, he just coming home, man. You know what I'm saying? We not robbers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the young boy did the robbing.
I couldn't tell you. Listen, me, Fred.
What would be the split in something like that? You going with these two little rookies. What's the split going to be? Do y'all get more or less or the same? Is it going to be split 4 ways? What? I mean, just based off what you know.
I mean, you know, they move or whatever, man. You know what I mean? So I don't.
How's that work in the street though? If it's they move, do they get more money than you or they get the same?
I mean, everybody in the car gonna probably, you know what I mean, spit out even. You know what I mean? You know.
But let me ask you this. Somebody like Red, he didn't ever see you at all. What if word got back, you know, let's say everything went right, you got the money. Is this just Atlanta? Because everybody tells me, everybody takes turns robbing each other. Is that the truth?
Yeah, they do that in the city, man. I've been wrong.
It's been going on, and you've seen it over in the store.
I've been wrong 4 times this year.
And you probably been seeing the person that robbed you.
You know what I mean?
Have you? Or you know who they are?
I won't tell you that.
Oh, you don't?
I've been wrong 4 times. You know, it is what it is. We are hustling in these streets, so you can't pick up the phone.
But when the game first started, I know you were young.
They just took my drugs or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's all drug money, weed. You know what I mean? They selling weed, drugs. You know what I mean? So, you know, who's gonna call the cops and tell the cops that I just got robbed for drug money? You got people coming from North Carolina, all different types of states coming out here and getting took off for their money and getting something back.
And don't even report.
You know what I'm saying?
Now they got to go talk to their boss man and
Just
shit.
so happened, like you say, this particular day right here, police was on the scene. DK get
But why didn't you call it off? You weren't sure they were cops or what? You just weren't sure?
I didn't even know what.
But you on the tape, and you keep saying, let me wait. You telling your peoples on the phone.
Bullshit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you saw the tour.
You know what I'm saying?
Who in the gate first? You or the tourists?
The tourist was in the gate first. I was behind.
They followed behind somebody to get in because they didn't have no gate key either.
I was behind the tourist. When the tourist go in.
So you never looked at them again once you saw them bodies in the car?
I didn't go past the tourist, sir.
So they went on ahead of you. They were gone.
The tourist go straight back in the back.
And then how long was it before the tourists showed back up in that scene where the gunfire happened?
Like I say, man, DK started shooting. He got caught.
Let me tell you this. If he didn't start shooting and just robbed him straight up, the police would have never known what was up. They'd have never seen that shit. It was the gunfire. That's what made them come back. They would have went on, they were going there to knock on the door about some off-brand bullshit. They were in there investigating a whole nother robbery that happened early that morning, had nothing to do with y'all. And so if he hadn't have fired that gun, it'd have been a lick going down. Licks happen all around, we'd be walking all day long. They would have got the money because he had a stack. A little more, a little less, but it was a stack. And it was in his pockets. And when you get the police report, you're going to see where the first officer that got DK while he's bleeding, because the money bloody as fuck. I got a picture of it. I'm going to go pick him up now. Bloody fucking money. So he hitting the legs, which I think happened in the car. Bloody fucking money. It's a stack. That's exactly what Red had. He had already paid out whoever the fuck he was dealing with before. That money was gone. That all he had was, I guess, he was about to go back in the house. Because he lived there. They down there saying he was robbing them. Was Red robbing y'all? Did he rob your car? Yes or no? No? Yes?
No, Red, bro.
Okay, because let me tell you something. It doesn't make sense to me.
I used to go with Red mom, man. Me and Red, we go way back, man.
But check it out.
I see Red right now, man. Red knows straight up, man, that if I knew that was Red, man, if that was Dirty Red, it probably would never happen anyway.
Okay. Well, the thing of it is like this.
I done seen Red, man.
So you didn't know which Red it was. You heard.
If I seen Dirty Red running, I done told Dirty Red, then, hey, Dirty Red, oh, DK, you tripping, man. These my people. These are my people.
Okay. So you thought it was some other Red that had that check?
I didn't know that.
Yes or no? You thought it was another Red that had that check?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know that it was my fault.
And when I say that check, I mean the money. Whatever, how much it was.
No, it's stolen lick anyway. It ain't my lick.
Okay. It's their intelligence. They created the intelligence on this. They did the legwork on the lick.
Yeah, they move, so it ain't.
Are they a gang? What gang are they?
I don't know if you had a 15,000, 1,000, or anything. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know what he got, but I know now knowing the person that I know who it was, I know these are my people, and I would never rob my people.
But do you know he lives there? Did you know Dirty Red lived there?
He don't live there.
Okay, because let me tell you, let me tell you something with DK.
Little Beezy with the glasses living somewhere.
Well, he got something up there. He got a reason for being there.
They probably keep the little weed up there.
He sleep. It could be the trap. I don't know. He be up there.
He don't live up there.
Just like some people might think you live down on Macon. You know, he live over there, but you don't.
Red don't live there. I know.
But he be there.
I know the mom and them. I know where Red Man live there.
Well, what I'm saying is, did he pull out on y'all and try to rob y'all? Is the question.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let me go see if I can find this picture of this boy with the crazy hair. Look like a girl, I guess.
So what?
I'm gonna answer all your questions. Let me get this guy the picture.
I gave you everything.
You said his name was Jeff, right?
Yeah.
Let me look up something. I'll be right back.
Your Honor? Sir. I thought it was a 4-minute break. It's actually longer. If there's no objection, can we skip it? It's at 1:40:08 to stop it here, and it goes up to 1:58 according to my notes.
1:58?
According to my notes.
Any objection from the state? You concur?
Yeah, it's a 25-minute break, so we don't mind skipping that.
Okay, all right. And the record will reflect. Thank you. All right.
I have 1:58. Whatever. Listen now. 1:58. Keep. All right.
At the end of the road.
Your Honor, this is 2 years ago.
All right, I gotta put these on.
I like a couple of years. 1:57:52.
Yes, sir.
I thought we got court later on today, we still need to transport them, dude. Yeah.
Your Honor, the state wants to start, and I don't have any objection, 1:54:14. Thank you.
All right, what y'all back over here? What's the girl? Where are you going? Where are you going? Dude, I thought we got court later on today, we still need to transport them, dude. Yeah, we still gotta transport them to court, if they're not at they don't belong to marshals. Right. All right. Okay.
What's going on, brother? It ain't clean. I know it. All right. No, I'm just saying. I left it on. I didn't know if you. All right. Cool. I heard you calling me, man.
I was trying to get you on the thing.
Yeah, it's cool. It goes right to my desk. The base off this. Oh, you gotta use the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. We goes right outside the door. You said Young Thug had crazy hair like a girl. Is this kid is named Jeffrey Williams? That's the Young Thug you talking about? All right, let me unhook you. Then to go outside, they make me put handcuffs on you. So, can you work your business with your handcuffs on? All right.
I just have.
Actually, man, fuck that.
I ain't going.
I gotta at least put the ankle chains on you because they get funny.
Handcuffs that are deep, man. They're gonna kill me.
But they real funny about these. I'm gonna put it really loose. We're just walking 2 steps outside. You ain't gotta walk for.
Because he just spread me.
Oh, God damn. Fuck me. All right, I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna take the whole thing off. Lift up. And how long have you known Thug? You say he knew his daddy.
I've been knowing his dad since the football field by like a couple of years ago.
He used to play football, skinny hairs?
I know his daddy, coaching his son 2 years ago.
All right, I gotta put these on. No, you put them on front.
Down at Roselle fan.
Say it one more time.
Roselle fan Recreation Center on Cleveland Avenue.
Oh, that new one they built at the end of the road. Never been in there. I know, but see, I was over there in the 80s. It's still new to me. I was over there back when all that shit was hopping. All right, it's right here. You good? All right. All right. Hey, man, just trying to make it happen. Oh, yeah. Whenever I step out, I keep it going because, the time I can have a few Yeah, but I keep 2 going. You never know about this. Because sometimes it works. Well, this is really good. Huh? That's a room? I wanted to keep going because in 2 more years I will be retired. But I'm not, it's going to be a minute. We have 2 summers left. I go back and forth to the DA's office on certain assignments. Somebody said they heard you retired. I want to retire, man. Oh, yeah. I definitely want to go.
After your first, couple of years, we'll probably do the fun. On that way, you showed up for the paycheck. You won't, man.
And it's incredible. I don't know. It's a different police department.
I think everything's changed.
It's just not what I remember, man. I don't remember this shit at all.
Society's changed, man.
That's true. Generations. All right, straight back in here. All right, you got any questions for me about this thing? Because I understand you say you don't want to testify and all that. It ain't about all that. That's on you. I'm sure based off what you said, the DA is going to come to you and say stuff to you. But it's a serious crime. Let me tell you why. You got a situation where police officers interrupt an armed robbery in progress. Let's just pretend that Red or the guy in the silver car you're following, let's just say he is a bank. You go rob a bank, you wait outside. Listen to me. If you go in the bank and there's gunfire, and your partner stays outside, and y'all leave together after that particular robbery, whether you get money or not. The one driving, the one sitting in the car, the one that was back across town organizing that shit, are all guilty of the same thing. So the police officers, based on what they told me, were in fear. And they didn't know who the victim was. They knew someone was being shot at, and that would be Red. Now, I don't know what his cooperation level is. I hadn't talked to him. I don't know what's up, but I have to write it all up. I got to show the reason why the situation happened.
How am I charged with something that I haven't read?
Well, what I'm saying is, he's been talked to. What I'm saying is, I can't go into that part of the investigation is what I meant to say. That day, I didn't necessarily have a chance to run down things with him. I'm trying to find out exactly everything. My main concern was the people that were injured. You were injured. The other two guys were injured. I want to make sure you guys were healthy first. They told preliminary stories like you told a preliminary story. You both, all three of y'all. Thug has to
I'm
be.
getting the real story though.
Well, they're not going to, if they don't tell me about Thug.
They ain't finna come tell you nothing extra.
Well, they have though.
They're not gonna come.
But they have. They have said, they're saying that Red was robbing y'all. It doesn't make any sense if that's where he always is. Well, look, if you have any questions, your wife has my cell phone number. If you don't mind her knowing your business to that degree,
I can't talk to her.
I'll let you talk to her maybe on the way back. But thing of it is, this is an investigation where I got to understand why there was gunfire, why the police had to get involved with gunfire, because they believe you were going to run them over. You know, they were scared of the car.
I ain't nowhere near a police officer. So.
Okay.
I ain't seen a police officer. Me personally, me seeing the police, I would have stopped.
You sure?
Yeah, I would have stopped.
I mean,
if I'd have seen the police knowing there was police involved, sir, I would have actually stopped. I ain't me.
So who did you think it was blocking? Who did you think it was blocking you in?
I don't want no trouble or none of that. You feel what I'm saying?
Who do you think it was blocking you in with the car?
I'm thinking it's folks at DK. You feel what I'm saying? Exactly. You feel what I'm saying?
You thought it was the people he was robbing.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, you know what I'm saying? We getting coming off here. See, I ain't know nothing about it.
Oh, okay, so you thinking the victims are retaliating?
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I ain't seen them. If I seen blue suit, shit, I'm stopping.
Okay, well, everybody, the witnesses from the park lot,
like I said,
the ones that looked through their windows saw the officers in full uniform to get out the car.
Yeah, I don't know what they seen.
Okay.
I can't.
You didn't see him.
I'm driving, so I can't tell you.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
What?
Let me tell you why I don't believe that. And I'm just keeping it real with you. The reason why I don't believe that, again, with the tape, I'm not going to bring it back out. It's going to be in my report. Tell you exactly what you said. You said that when DK got out the car and hopped out the car, started busting, 12 backed up in the Taurus. Now, I know who the fuck 12 is. You do too.
12 ain't backed up in no Taurus.
Listen to me. You already told me the car backed up, the Taurus. It came. Well, whatever I'm saying, you know it's the police because you called them 12. Then you said 12 started shooting into the car. That's on the tape. You're talking to your wife and the other dude. Y'all talking, you saying 12 shooting, police shooting. You even said, listen to me, you even said DK was shooting at 12. That's what I'm going to put up as evidence. So that right there, no, hold on. Listen to me. Bean, hold on, Bean.
Everything I told him.
If you don't clear this up, I'm going to present what I got in those jail conversations. And you're saying you knew it was the police because you're calling them 12. Everybody in the street know police is 12.
This is what I'm telling my wife. You do not understand everything I'm telling them.
It makes sense to me.
I done got hit by a police car.
12 is shooting through.
You see what I'm saying?
Man, you knew it was 12 up there at the Summerdale Apartments because you call them 12. You're trying to get away from 12. Now, that's the one thing you're going to hold on to, you can hold on to it.
Now listen to you asking. I'm telling you, I know it's 12 because the same Taurus ran me over. You're not getting that part right there. That's how I know it's 12. For me to get in here and tell my wife who these folks is, you see what I'm saying? I didn't know these were these people at the time this was going on.
So you're saying the same car you saw in the parking lot that blocked you in eventually is the car that ran you over? Well, the one that was near your car.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to tell you. The stuff that I'm telling them, some of that stuff true, some of it not true.
So when did you know it was the police? After you got ran over?
She hit me with the car. Now I know damn. When I see them, I see the car. I'm like, damn, this is police. Police just ran me over the car and said, so this is the same police. So I can tell my wife them this.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? From the beginning,
right.
From the beginning, from me to you, I can't tell you this was the police.
Okay.
Because I would have stopped for the police.
All right. That makes sense what you say. That makes sense what you say. So that'll be up to whoever makes that decision, what they believe. I'll put that down.
You see what I'm saying?
I'll put that shit.
From the beginning, I can't say this is 12.
Okay.
But after, yeah, this the same car that got me.
Mhm.
Yeah, I can tell my wife, it's the police.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying now?
All right. That's your story. Let me get over here. You got a hearing tomorrow about something, which I don't want to talk about.
I gotta go next Thursday
Oh, okay.
for this aggravated assault.
That's I don't want to talk about that. I won't talk nothing about that.
Yeah, you already told me.
What I'm saying is that's your other business. I don't want to get into that. I got nothing to do with anything other than what I asked you about. I feel like I've been straight up
So
with
right
you.
now I'm charged with.
Well, what it looks like to me,
I'm still not charged with anything.
I haven't charged anything yet. I'm working this out. I'm gonna sit down and look through what we did today, and I'll come up with my decision. I'm slow, man. I'm old with this shit. You know, there ain't no rush.
Cause like I said, I don't want no robbery, man. I want to get everything in the clear. You know, but like you say, I'm one of the guys that was in the car, so whatever went on that day, I gotta, you know what I mean, be accessory to whatever the fuck these niggas done did. So it is what it is. I just like to know than not to know, you know what I mean?
Why do y'all talk like that on those jail phones? Y'all know we listen.
So
why do y'all talk like that on those phones? So free. I mean, I don't understand that.
I mean, it's really nothing to you, really. I mean, it's just tell my wife, what's going on, you know?
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna make
Stand up. I'm gonna put these behind you. I'm gonna leave off the ankle chains because you say they hurt you.
I'm gonna tell her some shit and some shit I'm gonna make sure it's up. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe we need to get her involved in anything else.
It's gonna be a little add-ons and you know what I'm saying? Okay. A lot of shit going on.
Hold on. Make sure I got it right.
You know what I mean?
I feel you. You the head of the household. You get to make that decision.
You can't just take everything that I say towards my wife. That okay, everything you said. That's
Well,
what you said.
I'm also. It's the brother that. Well, what I'm saying is, it's the brother you're talking to on the phone. She called for you. She called somebody. You're telling him the story.
That's my brother-in-law, Frederick Lee.
You talking to Fred Lee? Okay.
Yes, sir. My brother-in-law, Fred Lee, which is her sister's old man, O'Shauna.
O'Shauna. Who's that?
O'Shauna Lee husband.
Okay. We got all your stuff?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna get you back before that shift change, because you know it gets crazy over there at that place now. All right, Fish, hold it tight, man.
You know what I mean? I bullshit with him on some parts of it. You know what I mean? I ain't come bullshit with you, you know what I mean? You know, some of the shit, you know, like I say, the lean and all that, you know, all that shit was true, but we did go on a whole other mission to these guys, you know what I mean? So,
Y'all gotta stop going on these missions.
you know what I mean?
Y'all gotta stop going on all these missions.
I got my own whip, I got my own car, my own house, my own family, my own money, you know what I mean? So, I'll make decisions what the next man do.
Hey, if you're still up here, can you go over to my desk and save that? Put my name in it and all that. Appreciate it.
I just know those guys, what they up to, you know what I mean? They're younger than we are.
Yeah, a lot younger.
It ain't shit for them to do something else, you know what I mean, and get away with it.
What, you think they end up robbing you too?
Nah, they'll try me too.
Don't they have like some respect?
$10, $15. They rob for $10, $15, so you know what I mean?
They're gonna change their whole life for $10, $15.
You know what I mean? So, you know,
They will.
Yeah, you know, so I ain't. Wow, I said I don't rob, I hustle for a living, man. You know what I mean? All this shit is coming on to me. Everything saw shit with my son is new. It's new. Everything coming on this year is new, man. So, you know, shit happens. You know what I mean? You know, I know for sure that if this gonna be the last ride for me, you know what I mean? It's the last ride, you know what I mean?
What's that mean?
For me get my life together, you know what I mean? 'Cause, you know, I done already prayed, I already made my notion to get my shit together. This shit come up, you know what I mean?
I feel you.
Like I say, me and Rhett, man, we family.
I don't think he's gonna be too happy with DK. I don't think so.
That's my family.
But I'm saying it.
I get right
if DK's from that neighborhood,
he don't even know
If DK's from that neighborhood, why would he take the chance on robbing without a mask on?
Let me tell you something, man.
No mask?
You guys,
They don't care.
that's how they rock, man. They young. Oh, she just gonna let me use the phone. You gonna put me on speaker.
We'll sit in the car, yeah.
What's that? You want me good too?
Who's your cousin?
Like,
Oh, Keith? Okay.
yeah.
What's the number?
A phone 707-0596.
Think she in school?
Nah, she worked for another public school.
She had to put her mop down and come out there and see what everybody was calling her all at one time. You know that. You can. She might not answer the phone. Just leave her a message. She'll call right back, I'm sure. I'll drive slow.
Please leave your message for 404-707-0596.
Answer the phone, babe. Then me calling you.
I'll text her and tell her. See these nice phones the city gives us? They're free. I mean, they not exotic. They work, man. Man, I'm going to pick motherfuckers up on murder warrants in California. This shit works in downtown Los Angeles. You understand?
Right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was blinking. Really? Well, maybe I filled it out wrong. Either way, I got it, if you know what I mean. But, you know, maybe I did something wrong. It takes, now when it's red and blinking, they say that's what it's good to go, right? That's where I was. Maybe unless I cut him out. I don't know. But I checked. I went back and forth a couple times and I saw it. So, if not, we're still covered. All right. Cool.
Got everything y'all need to know from me, man.
That's what's important. I mean, but if he hadn't fired that pistol, they would have went on and knocked on that door. They would headed to the back of the complex, go talk to somebody. They would have never known.
Like I said, I ain't seen no police. There we go. She call you back?
Nah, that's some other broad. Yeah, I'm gonna hit you back, boo. I'm making a run to the jail. I needed a name for Young Thug, and I knew you knew who he was. Hello? Hello? Damn, she done pocket down it. Hit your girl one more time. How long you been married?
5 years.
But y'all been together a long time, right?
Like 13, 14.
Wow.
Brought out of high school.
Where'd y'all go?
She went to South Carolina. I got kicked out on South Side.
Southside High. I'm working a murder from a dude who went to Southside High back in the 80s.
Hold on. Hey, babe. How you doing? How you doing? So, whatever you want to, man, it's on you. I don't recommend you tell her anything, but that's up to you. Oh, man, I'll just call you when I get back to the jail. This is the detective. The one she met down there. The one that you met down at the other day at the place. Yeah, when DK and them did the little robbery thing. Yeah. So I don't know. You might have to let we or somebody know what to. I don't know my status as of right now. But nah, it ain't none. That's bullshit. Just hit her back when you get down there. Yeah, that's bullshit. I mean, it ain't none of that.
Okay. So as of right now, you don't know anything what's going on.
No, right now, as he tell me that I'm a what they call it, accessory to a robbery, right? Mm-hmm. That I'm accessory to a robbery. If she has questions, she can call me later on tomorrow. He said if you have questions, you can call him later on and ask him. But he said I'm accessory to what to Dirty Red robbery from DK robbing him or whatever. But like I was letting him know that me and Dirty Red, we like family, you know what I mean? So you know what I mean? I don't know what him and DK got going on or whatever, but I wasn't aware that was the person that was going, you know what I mean, that was happening to. So, you know what I mean? Yeah, so you know, I'm just some more shit, some more stuff to add on to the world, I guess. But you know, everything gonna work out. Lord ain't gonna put nothing on me I can't bear, baby. You know what I mean? It's all good. He ain't gonna put it. He ain't gonna make that. Put nothing on me. They gonna take me up. Cause I know I ain't did nothing. You know what I mean? I know what I do. I know my part. But, you know, this part is just being with the wrong people at the wrong time and making the wrong decisions. That's all.
Oh, wow.
But she can call me anytime. But he said you can call him at any time, and I'll call you when I get back to the jail. He said anytime. It's fine. Anytime. He said he don't have nothing to do. He ain't working, but he said you can call him anytime. It's fine. All right, we're about to pull up in there now. But I'm finna pull up at the jail. I just want to call you, let you know everything that was going on with me or whatever. Love you. All right. So I'm getting charged when I go back to jail. Nothing's happening today. I gotta go back down and talk to these jokers in the hospital. They still in the hospital. And I gotta get out here and I find out what's up with Thug. I mean, I'm gonna be straight up with you. You don't know the one that puts Thug in the car. I know who the fuck he was. Everybody think he's a woman. You clear that up for me. They keep asking me who the fuck a female is, who the fuck a female. Like, he look like, out of all y'all, he don't look like a little woman to me. If, you know, he got this wig, like I'm like a lace wig. That's what you know, shit, once you get your hair braided and they spray that black stuff on you, I ain't asking no hell of nothing major, man. Y'all ought to cut me and Big Fred some slack, man. But we ain't, that ain't our line. We ain't had it. Well, see, the slack part is not my department. I turn it over to the DA. Because I can't make those decisions. I can't give any hope or benefit. Me and Big Fred, we all not even be a part of it. Right. That really, you know what I mean? What I'm saying is, you understand, I can't give any hope of any kind of benefit. All I can do, turn over the truth. At this point, I believe you're like 99. I still think you knew those was the cops. That's just me. I believe you knew it was the police. You getting the fuck on. I ain't catching no new case. I got this. I got that. This. But you know, that's cool. That's just what I think. I would never gave my real name. They would have known that, man. All they do is put your finger on the damn machine now. That's all they do. They got it in the car. I'm gonna tell you something, man. Right. I give my cousin name all the time. They don't know.
I trust him.
If your name, if your name,
when I tell him Avery Carter Meadows, I'd have been at home by now.
Listen to me. We would have found out who you were.
I'm saying
I don't never take nobody's name, but once they tell me a name, that day. See, I don't know how they do it on the street. The way I do it, I'm gonna know exactly who I'm talking to.
See, like Fred and them, they're not arrested. They just hurt. They could have been at home by now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they wasn't shot. They had to go get treatment.
They'd have been at home by now. If I gave them folks Avery Carter Meadows' name, I'd have been at home by now. I would have went to Grady, got these little road rashes typed up. I'd have been at home by now.
Your Honor, we're stopping it at a loss.
Say again?
It was stopped at 2:21:43, or maybe it needs to go back a little bit. Something happened with the.
You don't even know if DK's from that neighborhood. Why would he take the chance on rock?
Your Honor, can we start at 2:21:08?
You were.
I'm saying
I don't never take nobody's name, but once they tell me a name, that day. See, I don't know how they do it on the street. The way I do it, I'm gonna know exactly who I'm talking to.
See, like Fred and them, they're not arrested. They just hurt. They could have been at home by now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they wasn't shot. They had to go get
treatment. They'd have been at home by now. If I gave them folks Avery Carter Meadows' name, I'd have been at home by now. I would have went to Grady, got these little road rashes typed up. I'd have been at home by now.
Okay.
So I'm not bullshitting about nothing. You know what I mean? I gave him my name off the rip. You know what I mean? I ain't played with him from the beginning.
Right.
You know, I wanted to put this stuff, what I had going on behind me. Like I told my wife on the phone, if you'd heard me, babe, I want to get all this shit behind me.
You said that?
It is what it is.
You said about a couple different things, it's a simple lick. It's a simple lick that went sideways.
A lot of the shit I tell them, I added on, exaggerated a little bit.
You were pretty. I
exaggerated a lot, really. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say a little bit.
But you didn't exaggerate about driving that car, which is the most important part. And the white boy that lent you the car wasn't his to even lend. He shouldn't have did it. The girl, of course, she wants somebody locked up for fucking her shit up. I said, well, he lent him the car. It wasn't no theft. It was a lend. Even though it wasn't his to lend, the Mexican kid didn't say nothing about it. So the white kid he knows you, he trusted you that you bring it back. He tried to bring it back. I'm just glad you didn't run over no children. Whew. We still been out there. You'd hit some kids in their yard. You ran over all kind of tricycles. They mad. They ain't got no tricycle no more.
That blue house, I know blue. That's Kid Brother house.
Man. Okay. Damn, I've been in this shit too long. I know that. I'm glad I don't work that dope no more. God, I hated that shit. Good. Because the reason why it's just so phony. It ain't what's really real. Homicide is real. Somebody dies, you try to figure out what happened. Give the family some sense that you give a fuck. That's it. But Cleveland Avenue is off the chain right now. All them young boys sit up there on videos, making videos all over the trap. They all over YouTube with everything. Every time we need somebody, what we do is we go to YouTube. All right, what the little motherfucking name? Okay, boom. Instagram, YouTube, all that shit. Not YouTube, but Facebook. YouTube. They all want to show their pistols and they want to do this, they want to do that. It's crazy. Unbelievable. Bringing one back.
Okay.
You know,
Thank you.
everything I pretty much all rap just got
Well, I guess the best thing is you didn't rob a little old lady. You know, it wasn't a lick for a little old lady leaving church. Some grown joker who, you know,
like you say, a bank or a store.
there wasn't no bank. It's still a robbery. So I'm investigating it as a robbery where police officers responded. That's all I'm doing, really. I got to make sure the police officers
But
are
it's
right.
still not a robbery because he said he gotta come forth.
It was
right?
a robbery. Who?
Red gotta come forth and say that he was robbed.
Right. Red told the police. Well, we'll leave that. We'll leave that at that. I can't really get into his statement or whatever he did. I don't know everything about that, so I'm not going to speak on nothing I don't know.
He just said that he was like a victim, though.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
He was getting shot at, and when people get shot at, they say shit like, "Yo, man, I almost lost my life." So, you know, I'm not saying that's what he said, but you know, let's get this shit out the car here.
So what is it like? The police gotta come arrest you again?
Don't work like that. I got to still work, man. I'm slow, man. Got 6 kids. I got shit to do.
Don't let me get out.
You're probably going to get charged. I don't know. I don't know yet. I got to keep working. I got to go hear their side. You got a side, now it's fair. I got to go hear their side.
See, they with the bullshit. They come out and they robbing on there.
They said Red was robbing y'all. You told me he wasn't. So you're the driver. Usually the drivers know more what's going on than anybody. I'm just gonna work it up. The only reason I'm in, I don't do robbery shit. I don't do robbery shit. All I do is murder. Only reason I'm in it because the police shot at y'all's car. That's the only reason I'm out there. Because of the police using that kind of force, they're gonna call me out to work it. Normally, if they hadn't hit nobody, they would let the damn precinct handle it. Because if they just hit the car and didn't hit nobody, I wouldn't even be working it. So because he hit somebody, and see, y'all probably all would have got charged that night too. Huh? Nisha. Huh? Nisha. I don't even know who even hit anybody, because it might be, I'm gonna test those guns, but Big Boy got a bullet in his back, and they haven't taken it out yet. So, man, what happened over here?
I just told this second.
Wow. Hey, how you doing? That's just not cool. We're still in court.
Yeah, that's all I was just trying to figure out. Shit, man, I'm trying to see my family, man. I ain't got time for this, man. I ain't got time for all this. I want to let you know everything that's going on straight.
I appreciate you, doing that. I mean, because
Be straight up.
I'm straight businessman when it comes to this shit. I'm all about whatever the truth is. That's it. You're the only one really got a real family, a real life. Everybody else just living on the end of life. They're not really respecting their life. You respecting your life. We're gonna go over to this wall over here and stand by. They tell us what to do. Watch that door. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, work. Whatever the rules are in here, I don't know. I took him with me. We just got back.
I just come to court, man.
Oh, I think they already heard him in court. I don't know. Did you already go for the judge? He already went to the judge. Yeah, that's true. Sure. Yeah, because if something happened to you, they'll find one of these cells to me over here. We glad Last drink on with her. Like, I ain't trying to go. That's why I stopped drinking and driving. Man. Number 3. All right. You know what that is? All right, let's go back here first. Which one's number 3? Right here. 1, 2. Hold on, let me get them joints up, you man. What if I know? These one. Is this one? Which one? She said, yeah, that's cool. Where you going? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so I'll see you next time, man. I'm doing well. How are you? All right. This concludes this interview. Transport of Adrian Bean, time 12:20 p.m. 9/17/2013.
May I, Your Honor? You may, sir. Sir, we heard Mr. Williams, number 197, exhibit number 197. Remember that, the Kroger?
I don't recall.
And then we heard State's exhibit number 176. CA, just now. That was your voice on that recording as well?
I heard it.
Okay. I'd like to go over one other recording. It's not that long. It's about 10, 11 minutes, 12 minutes. And then I'm going to ask you questions about each of these issues. Do you remember a collect call? Remember being taken from the scene to Grady Hospital? Let me repeat this. I apologize. That's a bad question. Do you remember being arrested after fleeing from the police, careening into the wall, running from the police, being struck by the police vehicle? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And I'm not telling you remember the date, but by any chance, you remember the date September 11, 2013, when that happened, if you remember.
I don't remember nothing from 2013, sir.
Okay. Do you remember from being arrested, you had injuries to your head, your shoulder, your back? I'm not saying there weren't other injuries, but do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you recall from after being arrested, being driven by law enforcement to Grady Hospital? They have a detention. Do you know the Grady Hospital has a detention facility with it?
No, sir.
All right. Do you remember being taken to Grady Hospital that day that we're talking about?
No, sir.
All right. Do you remember after being discharged from Grady Hospital going to the Fulton County Jail, 901 Rice Street?
No, sir. I don't remember.
Do you recall while at the hospital, if you recall, speaking with your wife, Miss Courtney Bean?
I don't recall.
when you get transferred by law enforcement from Grady Hospital to the Fulton County Jail, do you remember making a call to your wife on
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the call to your wife from the hospital.
I stand the question. Rephrase that, Mr. Steele.
I was in the jail, but okay. I can't remember the day of the week. So do you remember the day after being arrested at the scene, going to Grady Hospital, making a call to your wife, Miss Bean, from the Fulton County Jail? So it would be on September 12th, 2013. Do you recall that?
No, sir, I don't.
All right. Do you recall in the Fulton County Jail, and you've been in the Fulton County Jail in the past, fair to say?
I've been to Rice Street before.
Okay. And you knew, or you know, that the jail calls are recorded. Are you familiar with that?
No, sir.
Are you familiar that when you make a call from the Fulton County Jail, when you've been incarcerated there or other places, there's a sign right next to the phone that says these calls are being recorded and can be listened to by law enforcement? Are you aware of that? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know when you make a collect call as a person incarcerated from the Fulton County Jail or any institution, there's an announcement on that call explaining this call is subject to monitoring and being recorded?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember at all from the Fulton County Jail speaking with, making a collect call to your wife and then explaining that they hung up the phone on me last night? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation with your wife? They cut off the phones. Hell yeah. Remember saying that?
No, sir.
Meaning the night before, no? Do you
No,
remember?
sir.
Okay. Do you remember on the same day, September 12th, 2013, explaining to your wife that it's bad in here, I have a big knot on my head, shoulder skinned up, everything going wrong?
No, sir.
Do you remember then crying to your wife or your voice sounding like it's crying? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that this shit is crazy? Remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember your wife explaining to you that one of your children asked where his daddy was?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining to your wife that you want a bond, but you may not be able to make it? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember going to court or explain that you're going to court at 11 o'clock a.m. that day, which is September 12th, 2013?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that you had nothing to do with the crime of shooting Cam? Remember that?
No, sir.
And Cam does not live here anymore. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
And the Cam you're talking about is the one that you shot. Oh, excuse me, you explained on the recorded call that the one that you shot could not identify you. Do you remember saying that?
No, sir.
And do you remember explaining that you need to know whether the victims are coming to court because that will dictate whether you ask for a trial or not?
No, sir.
Do you remember admitting to shooting these folks on that call?
No, sir.
And just to be fair, do you remember hearing you explaining that you could have called Chief Meadows? Remember that, hearing that with the jury a few minutes ago on State's Exhibit number 176?
No, sir. I don't even have his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because that
Basis.
And that,
Don't say anything, Mr. Bean. What's your basis, ma'am?
it assumes that's not in evidence.
All right, all you need to say. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, it was on the recording.
But not at the time.
I'm staying in ingestion, Mr. Steele. That's fine. Name a little more foundation or withdraw the question whenever you pleasure.
Okay. Do you remember showing the jury and speaking with the jury about the fact that you pled guilty under Alford to shooting two people, and it's in, may I approach you a second, Your Honor?
You may, sir.
It's already in evidence. Let's mark Mr. Williams number 199.
You said I said what now?
You pled
To the
guilty
jury?
to shooting the two people on about October 15, 2015. You remember discussing that earlier?
No, sir.
Now, that's the cam and the folks that you were talking about that I asked you earlier. You don't remember that?
No, sir.
All right. Do you remember explaining that one thing turned into another and Big Fred wasn't even supposed to be with us?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that, discussing that Big Fred was in the vehicle?
No, sir.
It's all in the same recorded call. I'm asking the same questions. Do you remember saying 12 looking at his dumbass? Remember saying that on the call?
No, sir.
Remember saying DK got in on your side of the car?
No, sir.
Remember police bullets came close to your head?
No, sir.
Saying that. Remember saying DK got shot in the leg?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember explaining to your wife during the same call that you're the victim of a robbery and the perpetrator took about $22,000 from you?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying to your wife that you could have given another person's name and walked away?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling your wife, excuse me, do you remember your wife explaining to you to get the drugs out of your system and you explaining that you could clean yourself out? You remember that?
No, sir.
You remember discussing bond and trying to save money for bond?
No, sir.
Do you remember again discussing your court today at 11 o'clock? That day?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that you go to court for a probation revocation on Wednesday, September 18, 2013 on some sort of driver's license charge?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking about moving the shit?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember your wife discussed that the homicide detective came back again last night, which would have been the September 11, 2013?
No, sir.
Explaining that a bitch, excuse my language, is driving?
I don't recall, sir.
Where did the white boy come from, your wife is asking you? You remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember your wife explained that the detective wanted to figure out who was driving, adamant it was a boy?
No, sir.
Do you remember the driver, your wife saying that the driver, meaning she could have killed everyone?
No, sir.
According to the detective. Do you remember that your wife explained that the detective said that the driver caused all of these problems?
No, sir.
And that you have no charges on you as of September 11, 2013 because you were a passenger in the vehicle. You remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember then saying to your wife something to the effect, I'm not quoting you, but they gave us a story to tell?
No, sir.
Remember then saying goodbye to your wife and that you love her, and when you get to population, you'll call again?
No, sir.
Do you remember explaining that these are free calls because you're not yet, you're still in the holding area, the Fulton County Jail, not in the regular pods?
No, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to mark and move into evidence Mr. Williams, number 205, a recorded call between Mr. Bean and Miss Bean as described by me, and Mr. Bean could not remember. I'd like to impeach him.
Any objection to Williams 205?
Your Honor, I know that we served jail calls. I don't know and have not heard Williams 205 to even know whether it is the complete jail call. So until we know that, until it's been authenticated, I would, if Mr. Steele wants to let us hear it before he plays it, I don't have a problem with that, but I do until I hear it. And make sure that it's the one we served him.
I gave it to the state, I don't know, a week ago. I don't know. I can't remember. The days are flying by, but it's marked as Mr. Williams number 205 on the email and thumb drive.
Is it the same as that
Yeah.
was tendered in discovery?
Yeah.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. I'm over the objection. I'll just let him play it. Williams 205 is admitted, maybe published as you see.
Can I have Mr. Kokomo help us?
He may, yes. Yes, sir.
And after Mr. Bean, I'm going to start asking questions about all of these exhibits, okay?
Hello, this is a free call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, babe. Yeah, I see. They cut it off and hung it up. How you feel? Yeah.
May I have a moment? May I have 1 second? Oh, wait. Can we redo that? It was inaudible to me. Can we restart that?
Are you trying to turn the volume, sir, or what?
The volume. I couldn't hear Mr.
Hire better audio staff then.
That's wow. I don't want to say I'm not coming.
I know what you're dealing with. Mr. Kokomo, come on now. When you go free, Mr. Steele, here's what happens, right? Or subsidized, I should say. All right, okay. Mr. Kokomo, whenever you could start over again, sir, and play that a little louder, please.
Hello, this is a free call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey, babe. Yeah, I see. They cut it off and hung it up. How you feel? Yeah.
Man, bad as hell. I got a big ass knot on my head. Goddamn shoulders skipped up. Everything just going wrong right now. I don't know, man. This shit crazy.
No, I understand. I'll try to cope with it, babe. I understand.
It's good. I got shit but that damn suspended license shit, and then that shit went fuck that throw all the other shit yesterday. Ain't shit on me on that. I ain't got no charges about that shit. It just got me what the shit that I done did. That's all. Who is that?
My new little home for about a year. Yeah, I had talked to security guard, but they trying to figure out, like, you telling us to get all our stuff, our football stuff. AJ said, so where's the dad at? I was like, you know, he the oldest brother, you know what I'm saying?
So
I just looked at him, I just said, really, AJ? He looked at me, he's like, oh. I said, oh, wait. I said, you know? He's like, yeah. And I ain't say that. This shit crazy, man. This shit crazy.
Shit, though, I ain't really want that shit. I ain't get no bond, I'm out of here. That probation shit, they get no bond here. Like, how I can't make it. It's too high, I just wait, right there.
When your friend got shot in the back, is one of his laws out. I ain't heard that else about him. You know what's going on with the dude.
Shit, ain't that one on came in yet. We can't go nowhere. We're gonna be down here 2 more days, goddamn. They see so fucked up in the jail, man. Gotta go to court at 11 o'clock. What the hell's going on in court?
11 o'clock now?
Right down him. The nigga can blame me though. If he come to court, he just come to court and tell these folks, man, hey man, I ain't got nothing to do with that shit. They'll throw that shit out.
He don't even live there, don't you, them no more, though. The nigga don't even live there no more.
Who?
The little nigga Cam.
Oh, that good then. They ain't gonna be able to find him then. It's about the little boy, the Cam.
The one you shot, yeah.
But the one I shot ain't the one that identified me, though. They had the kid identified me.
Oh, this really thing, man. I don't know about that.
No, I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah.
If he can catch up with me, if he can't, shit, it don't really matter, man. I ain't studying shit.
And then your little dad was out there yesterday with that other little boy. So you put that thing back in the garbage, you got the key.
What happened?
Dad was over there yesterday. I was over there.
Who the hell is that? My daddy.
The little old man. He thought I shot a brick.
Oh, what you say?
I don't know. I just seen him sit over there.
No, he said he wasn't going to court. He ain't done that shit.
Right. I don't think none of them really say that shit, though, man. You see what I'm saying? I think they really
I need to know if he's coming to court or he ain't coming to court. If he ain't coming to court, then I need to go tell him, give me a speedy trial and go to trial. You know what I mean? So like that. Well, I don't want to crank up no speedy trial. And then them motherfuckers show up in here on the court and testify on me and I'm going to trial on me. You know what I mean? I know I done shot these folks. It's cool though, man. Shit I had to go through.
Yeah, I can't. I just don't know how they look far, man. This shit dog. Like,
Goddamn, we just got through a situation and here we go again.
Yeah, that shit, how I'm saying. I ain't been asleep. I ain't been asleep. This shit just a puzzle in my brain. Like, I just talked to you today before. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't coming around there no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the crowd. I don't know. This shit is dog. Like, I don't know. You ain't got no strap. You ain't got nothing with you. Like, you don't even do stuff like that. I ain't like, where your Bible?
I don't know. We went to go do one thing and then one thing turned into another, then another thing turned to another, then none of this shit ain't supposed to be kicking out, man. Big Fred shit ain't supposed to be with us.
Ow.
Boy, that big ass one what got us caught with that bullshit. You know, you just get out of jail, man. You know, you on rob, man. Sit your ass back, man. I ain't even get out the car this time. We let DK get out the car. I should have went on and did the shit because I wouldn't even been shooting at nobody. His ass they went to shoot wild, got down, shoot. 12 looking at that dumb ass. 12 shoot, boy, get in the car. Hey, get in on my side.
Where he got shot at?
I'm glad they ain't hit me in the head or anyone, man, because that bullet come clean through past my shit.
Where he got shot at? What DK got shot at?
I got him over his legs. They were trying to come at me, asking me why I shot him. I'm like, what time they said you were robbing them and shit? I said, man, I am the victim. I'm running for my life. These folks tried to just rob me. This was $22,000 of my money. But the only thing that fucked me up here, I could have gave him AC name and been walked right down the street to you, baby. I gave him my name.
Yeah.
So I said, everything I'm for all that reason, man. I guess I need to get shit off my back anyway.
Get them drugs out the system. It'll be over with.
Clean myself out, get myself together anyway, man. Fuck it.
We are. So they get your bar. We down there. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, we need to know quick. They need to be trying to goddamn figure out the shit quick. But they can't hold you for too long. You feel what I'm saying? They cannot hold you for too long.
Oh, no, I'm good. I ain't really shit. I go to court Wednesday for the probation violation on the drive suspended license. That's $1,400 fine. They gonna reinstate. I ain't paid and on it. So they gotta pay it. They gotta reinstate that or either throw it out, bro. So they been throwing them out lately.
Okay.
So if they throw that out, then I'm stuck with the one. And I get a bond for that. If I get a bond at 11 o'clock for that, then I can make bond on that. I can start working on the bond money for that. But I know Wednesday they'll be goddamn re-signing me back to the driving license shit. So that ain't shit. See what I'm saying? No.
Yeah, what side you gonna go to court with?
I go to court at 11 o'clock today. I don't know when I go to court Wednesday, but she told me I go to court Wednesday for the probation violation. So shit.
You gonna call to talk to somebody else?
Nah, I ain't got nobody number. Bro, probably sleep. They I don't know what they did last night at the thing, shit.
He stayed in the house. Right there, he would ride that goddamn side buck for song. So he get the key to the move here. Was talking about move here because he wanted to be the kind. So he was like, buck, he on trouble, buck got there. They'll be trying to break it in, get out of the liquor or some shit. You know what I'm saying? That's the last thing I know.
He don't know how to handle them, nigga. He gonna be a made them some shit. So you can't be handling them niggas, talking them niggas, scaring them up and shit. That bullshit. So why don't you let him deal with it? And the buck cool though. So who the fuck he gonna let move the shit?
He claimed he told me baby he gonna handle it. I don't know how that shit goes. If we baby stood outside talking. If we done stood outside talking, goddamn.
Open that thing up, man. They got us some money, man. Get us some money. Get us some money out of this shit, man. We need us some money.
But the detective came back though, man. The homicide detective kept coming back. He came, we were down one side, he came back again and like
what?
They still trying to figure out what the fuck skateboard is niggas got there. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I said they trying to figure out where the white boys came from. The white boys told them they were down here. Down there with Adrian B. I don't know. They still trying to figure that shit out. I don't know. The detective called my phone last night, called that shit, told that shit. They just trying to figure out who the fuck was driving. He said it's a bitch was driving. The bitch had on lace front wig. Who the fuck is this hoe? So goddamn, he can't find out who this hoe is. Then he go in when he kept calling a broad. He was adamant. He was just so fuck. I put him on speaker so brother I was shot to me. The homicide detective. He like shit. He said he trying to figure out who the fuck the broad who driving. They said it was a broad driving the car. Goddamn, she had a lace front wig and all type of shit. They trying to figure out who she is, because she the one that caused all these problems with this driving, and she could have killed somebody and all this old stuff here. If he can't find her, he gonna have to put these charges on the three boys that they got in custody. As of right now, your husband disabled me. They got no charges on him. We can't charge him for nothing. So he was a passenger.
Who that?
That's what he said.
No, he told you about me.
Yeah, he said, as of right now, your husband, they got no charges, so he was a passenger. We tried to find out what the fuck happened.
The thing the boys that come, they stick and come down that motherfucker and tell them that what it was. Them niggas kept quiet, honey. They gave us a story to tell. All right, baby, I gotta get ready to get out the phone. She's making me get out. I love you.
Okay,
I'll see you when I get in population, or when I come from quarter, they let me use the phone again. If not, I'll talk to you when I get in population. You do got minutes on your phone, right?
Yes, I do.
Because these free calls, I think.
Okay, that's
If
fine.
they ain't free, call and check and make sure, because they probably took the money out. But if they ain't free, just check and make sure. But I will call you back. Love you. All right.
What's going on here? I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too.
All right.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Call, get my mama to call.
Call who?
Just tell them to see what they can do, man. Call somebody.
All right. Just don't worry about this. We got this out here, okay? Just don't worry.
All right.
Okay?
All right.
Okay.
Love you.
Keep it clear by, baby, okay?
All right. It's all good.
All right. I love you.
Love you too, man.
Bye.
Your Honor, that completes Mr. Williams' number 205. I might have said 105 earlier. Mr. Bean, were you able to identify your voice on that call?
I can hear it, but I still don't recall the conversation.
Is that also your wife's voice?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. Did you hear, you did say that is your voice, or you don't recall?
I said I hear it, but I don't still recall the conversation. How long has that been?
11 years, almost 11 years.
Exactly.
Did you hear your wife say you want me to call anybody? Did you hear that?
I heard what you played.
Okay. And what that is a three-way call. You familiar with that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Mr. Steele
Faces.
testifying,
Faces.
to testifying and not asking a question. So the form of whatever.
I'll sustain the question as the form. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele. Are you familiar when you are incarcerated in the Fulton County Jail or other place, and you're speaking on a recorded line, jail call, collect call, the person, in this case your wife, can three-way in or call in another person to join that call? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, they can make a three-way.
Okay. And your wife asked you if you want her to call, you want her to call anyone, and you said, I don't have anyone's number. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that. I don't call that.
Okay. Did you hear your wife explain to you what the homicide detective told her the day before on September 11, 2013?
To listen to a call that I haven't heard a conversation of in so many years, I can hear what you're saying about it. Have I heard it? But I still don't recall the conversation. I don't even remember the conversation. I don't even remember nothing back in 2013.
Do you remember, according to Mr. Williams' number 205, stating after your wife explained to you that information from the detective, they gave us a story to tell? Do you remember saying that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you hear it?
I heard it.
Now, I want to go back to a recording that's in evidence. It's Mr. Williams' number 197, and ask you some questions about that, if I may. 197B, as in Barry Bravo. And the jurors will have these recordings, Mr. Bean, so you can listen to them. If you need to listen to them, though, we have them for you, and I'm going to play parts of it, okay? But if you want to listen to any part of it, just say I need to hear more different areas, okay? On January 22, 2023, you met with me and investigator James Martin in front of your home. Do you remember that?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Martin saying, should we go in your house? And you opted, which was fine, to go into Mr. Martin's car. Do you remember getting in a car with Mr. Martin and myself?
I don't recall, sir.
Do you remember sitting, by any chance, in the rear passenger seat towards the center? I was in the front passenger, Mr. Martin in the driver's seat in front of your home on Sunday, January 22, 2023.
You remember, I don't.
Do you remember me asking you, thanking you for meeting with us, and asking if I could play you 2 jail recordings from this time that you were in the Fulton County Jail?
No, sir.
Do you remember me playing for you the jail recording that is now marked as Mr. Williams number 205, the one the jurors just heard, and they could hear it whenever they want during their deliberations? Do you remember me playing that for you?
No, sir.
Do you remember me asking you about what it meant when you say they gave us a story to tell on that recording that is now marked as Mr. Williams number 205?
No, sir.
Sure.
I think we need to take a couple of at this point in time. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bean, I'll go ahead and let you take 10 minutes, okay? And then we'll see where the day leads us. Don't discuss testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case. All right, Mr. Bean, you can step off. Ladies and gentlemen, take 10 minutes and then we'll let you know where we stand for the day. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Mr. Steele and Ms. Love, do you think this might be a stopping point for us today, or what do you think?
Just gonna go on. I mean, I think it was fine.
He hasn't said anything yet.
Your Honor, it's going to be a significant cross-examination from here, so if that answers your question.
Okay. All right. All right, let's take 10 minutes and then I'll tell you what the order of march will be for the rest of the time, okay? All right, we're in recess for 10 minutes. All right. Is everybody back, Sergeant Ingram?
Yes, sir. Everybody's back.
All right, let's go ahead and bring Mr. Bean back in, please. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Bean, I'd like you to report tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any ministerial inquiry with me? Okay, all right. Tomorrow morning, we're gonna start, I'd ask y'all to report for 9 a.m. for an anticipated 9:30 start time. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, what I'll do is just go through your nightly admonitions. Please don't discuss anything that you have heard or otherwise gleaned from in the four walls of this courtroom. And please, if anybody should approach you about anything we've covered in this case so far, you need to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Leave your notepads in the basket. Don't discuss anything as you're coming or going tonight or tomorrow. Don't discuss anything with any third parties, your loved ones in your household, and please resist temptation of looking at any news accounts, blogs, or otherwise accounts of this particular trial. Remember, I told you, you can only consider what's lawfully presented within the four walls of this courtroom, I should say. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I thank you for your undying patience with us. And unless you have anything else of me in terms of question, I'll release you for the evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock. All right?
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank you for the speaker.
You're very welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all rise. All right, council, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Does anybody have any inquiry in me?
Your Honor, I'd like to approach after court is over with one of the members of the defense, but nothing that I need to put on the record.
Okay, all right. Anyone from any member of the defense team? All right. Then we'll see you all tomorrow morning for 9 o'clock with an anticipated 9:30 start time. All right. All right. We're in recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I'm back. I was in court all day. What is going on with the stream? I am back. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Hold on. Let's go. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Listen up. Mr. Bean on the lean. Okay. How long we been going? 7 hours. Oh my goodness. What the heck happened? What the heck? Who else is in here? I'm back. Okay. I've been in court all day, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened. After Brian Still made his motion for a mistrial, as well as he made a request from Judge Glanville for a recusal, basically asking him to recuse himself. The camera guy, for whatever reason, hit the switch, and that's why you guys lost the stream. So with that said, I don't know how much you guys caught, but I'm going to do the replay and look at it. I'm going to play it back and see how much you guys were able to catch. And I didn't. I actually was taking pictures of Detective Quinn. Hold on a second here. Detective Quinn, and he really didn't he got back on the stand just to be told to come back on Friday. So let's see here. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Let's see. I'm going to end this live and come back. I'm going to end this live and come back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And we always end the live the way we started. We always end the live the way we started. Always. Here we go.